minutes late into our program. We must apologize for that, but thank you for your time here, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy lives to come and join us today. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as delegates joining us here in person, and to those delegates that are joining us virtually for the fourth installment of the Stakeholder Roadshows held in Johannesburg. It's been quite a long journey. We started off in Durban, Cape Town, Gqeberha, and now we are gracing the City of Gold. And your presence here today reflects your commitment to skills development as well as the growth of our sector. Thank you for being a part of this engagement. At the heart of our success as a SETA is visionary leadership that guides us. It is my distinct honor, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize and acknowledge the chairperson of the MICT SETA board, Mr. Simphiwe Thobela. Mr. Thobela is a leader whose name has become synonymous with transformation, excellence, and governance. His transformational leadership has been pivotal in guiding the MICT SETA to become the best performing SETA in the country, or one of the best performing SETAs in the country. And through his commitment to excellence and good governance, Mr. Thobela has inspired the SETA to not only navigate the challenges, but also to excel. Under his leadership, the SETA had soared to new heights, charting a course through uncharted territories and setting a benchmark of performance. Mr. Thobela's vision has positioned the SETA as a leader in digital skills development, ensuring we remain at the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution. Please join me in applauding the outstanding contributions of the board chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, the MICT SETA operates at the intersection of technology and skills development, a critical space in today's digitally, rapidly evolving world. Globally, the 4IR skills development, the 4IR skills development is reshaping industries, and here in South Africa, we are committed to equipping our workforce with the digital skills to thrive. From coding and cybersecurity to data analytics, our initiatives are designed to address current skills gaps while preparing the future skills demands. This is not just a strategic priority, it is a necessity for our country's socio-economic growth. As we celebrate Human Rights Month, we are reminded of the importance of equality and empowerment. In our sector, this translates to ensuring access to skills development for all. And as our chairperson frequently puts it, we are not to become SETAs of urban areas. The MICT SETA is proud to contribute to this vision, driving transformation and creating opportunities for meaningful participation in the economy. Your role as stakeholders is equally important. In the absence of our CEO, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Madume Madibana, we have Ms. Bontle Mokoena as our acting CEO. Bontle drives our strategy and sector skills planning division, and her division is instrumental in carving out the organizational roadmap for the SETA. Under her guidance, the SETA continues to make strides in ensuring that we remain aligned with the strategic objectives of both the sector and the broader national goals. May we give Ms. Bontle Mokoena a round of applause, seated next to the chairperson of the board. I would also like to introduce the dedicated MICT SETA management team and employees who are present here today, both physically and joining us online. We will hear from the senior management team as panelists as they present updates from their respective divisions. Ms. Natalie Nelson, Mr. Ernest Nemugavini, and Ms. Gugusema. May we also give them a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xabiso Machikiza, Manager for Marketing and Communications, and it is a privilege today to be driving this program. Thank you again for being here today. With that, let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Simpiwe Tobela to deliver his keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the program director and also just say, as she opened, which probably it was a very good opening, except for one part where she spoke about me, and I wanted to hide because this, to me, whatever this seat has managed to do is because of these other intelligent people that are in that SETA more than me, really. And the difficulty of accepting accolades is that even failures, you must also be prepared to take the failures as well alone. So I think we should own all of this progress and achievement of this SETA between the various board members who are not here, the senior management that's here and those who are not here, and the entire staff members of MICT SETA who are very hardworking. Thank you, Program Director. First is to indicate that the CEO is not here because he took ill and unfortunately has been advised by the doctor to stay indoors and take medication, and therefore he can't be here. It's not that he thought this was less important or anything. Otherwise he would have wanted to be here. I even believe that he might be watching on the streaming media because he would have wanted to be here. And Ms. Buntle, as indicated, is going to be is acting, not is going to be acting, is acting as a CEO so long for the rest of this week, in the absence of the CEO who is still attending to health matters. I also have failed completely to persuade those who develop this program, and they normally call it, I am going to make a keynote address. Keynote address is for those who are very wise, very people who bring new concepts and things that are not known, and people would say things that are groundbreaking, and I'm not one of those. So I'm not giving any keynote address, but I'll simply share a few things in opening this session. The first is to thank you, colleagues, who otherwise would have been doing other things that are important in your businesses, and you decided to come and join us here. And the reason that you join us, it is premised on the understanding that you know that the work that the SETA does, you are the hands and feet of the MICT SETA. Because what you do when you've been given a chance and an opportunity to deliver a particular skill in a particular area, you do that on behalf of MICT SETA. You are therefore us, and we are you. There is no division between MICT SETA and you. We are working towards the same end goal. And that end goal that we're working towards is that of skilling, upskilling, and reskilling the young people, the working people, the unemployed, so they have a foothold on the ladder of the economy. This is the reason why we do this, what we do. So we should take pride of participating in this journey. And you are actually a very critical component of delivering the skill that is required by the economy. In this age, in this digital age, fourth industrial revolution, it is critically important that we take the work that we do seriously. And I've said before in other engagements that I've had with you, colleagues, that what we do, we must do it knowing that we are actually building a country. Yes, you are involved in business, but it can be a primary reason of being here that you're chasing profits. The profits that you may get, which most often are very thin, I must say, must be a consequence of the work that you do, not the primary consequence of what you're doing. This is in the same way I've argued that how we conceptualize and speak about the issue of stipend must be in the same vein that when we recruit learners, we don't recruit learners because we are saying we're enticing them because there is a stipend. But when we recruit learners, it must be because we are saying we want to give you a chance in life. This is how we'll be able to deal with the issue of stipend chasers, which we have seen. And of course, at MICT SETA, we have seen quite a significant decline of the stipend chasers. And there's numbers that we're still refining but in that regard. But I can tell you, when we picked up the SETA in 2020, the dropout rate was well over 4% at the time. In fact, I think I saw something 8%, 11%. It was around 11%. We have since clamped down on that significantly to around 4% and less. This, to me, is telling me that over the years we have changed the narrative working with you to make the learners and those who are beneficiaries of what we deliver understand that the reason that they participate in these programs is not primarily because there is a stipend. Yes, we're not underestimating the impact of the stipend because some of these learners come from poor households and they contribute a little through the stipend. And which is why we have prioritized the issue of paying of stipend. And we have had a very dim view of those who do not adhere to that requirement of ensuring that we pay stipend. I know that some amongst you would have complained that our processes internally have also impacted in you being able to timelessly pay stipend because probably we have been slow in making the payments that are necessary. And it's a matter that we're working on and we'll continue to improve on it. This is why we then, which leads me to the next point, this is why we have worked tirelessly to develop the integrated learner management system, which is helping you. It might not be perfect now, but we're working towards that perfection, helping you to be able to trace your own documents that you upload into the system, including payments that you should be able to have a view. Where is your payment? Where is it stuck and how it's escalated? At the moment, we have instructed management to ensure that they build into it an escalation component so that no document sits unattended for a particular period of time without a proper decision taken on what must happen to that document that is loaded. It could be a payment, it could be a report of one kind or the other. We are trying to get the system efficient for your benefit, for our benefit, and for the benefit of the learners that we are helping. We will leave, probably before I say we'll leave, let me start by saying we are proud to have worked with the Tshwane University of Technology, TUT, in developing the learner management system, which some of you have used and are getting used to. And it is helpful. Our argument when I came to this entity 2020, I found a system that I believed it was not working. And I asked, why are we having a system that is sponsored by somebody and we don't have control over? And the data that is fed into that system, we don't have absolute control over. And we insisted, let's develop our own solution to our own problems. This is a bigger debate for the country, that we should stop being a consumer-driven economy, but we must produce as well. It starts with these small things that we do. If a SETA like this would use an off-the-shelf product, probably developed in Europe or America, when we here in the South, and South Africa in particular, could use our brains to develop a system that responds to our needs. We know our environment. Why shouldn't we do that? And we should be proud of it. And I hope it makes impact on your work that you do positively and will continue to improve with time. Colleagues, part of today is a reflection on the journey that we have undertaken. Part of that journey includes what I termed right at the beginning as an observation that we made, that there seemed to be training providers who, and I use the term, who have colonized MICT SETA, who seem to be having a God-given right to get allocation, and not just allocation, but huge numbers at the expense of everybody else. And we said we will turn that thing around. And we did. We started setting caps on what must be given to who. The first cap that we set was the maximum that is allowed for anyone to take. And we were trying to spread the beneficiation and allowing even the smallest of the training providers to have a chance to participate in this journey that we are in. And I think we've done well. Yes, there were unintended consequences. The unintended consequences included pressure that is put on these employees, because all of a sudden, when they dealt with 100 training providers, now they're dealing with 1,000 training providers. But the number of the employees themselves has not increased. And that has got a very bad impact on them as employees. However, we consciously said, maybe it's a risk that we must take and stomach, because we are convinced only when we open up space for more to participate, we will be able to deliver. So we are proud of that. But we also observed there are some of you who said they had allocations of just 5 people, 5 learners to train. And my view as a person has been, I'm not a business person, but I always thought, if I say you must train 5 learners, but your overheads remain the same, whether you're training 20 or 30 or 105, it's the same. The overheads are the same. The problem with that is that you'll cut corners because you're trying to make a profit in one way or the other. We then set a threshold that no one should get less than 20 as a bare minimum, particularly those who are new and are starting, because there is also a risk there of giving big numbers to people. We said, let's set that threshold. And I think it's working. However, having said that, there are exceptions. Those who are in radio, for an example, would know you can't say you will train 50 DJs at once in a radio station. It will be tailor-made. The numbers might be low there because of the peculiar circumstances. But generally, we are saying, let's set a minimum that may make business sense to you. And I think we are doing well with that. The other point that I thought we must reflect on is the rural development strategy that we adopted, and we have been implementing, and we are observing it. And I've said it before, we've been found right at the tip of the Cape, and we've been found right up at the border of the South Africa, between South Africa and Zimbabwe. We've been down towards Mozambique, and we've been found close to Namibia, right in the deep rural areas of KZN, Eastern Cape, and Northwest, and everywhere else. We have a footprint because we believe that this SETA is a South African SETA. It's not a SETA of, please don't look at me with angry eyes now. It's not a Johannesburg SETA. It's a SETA that belongs to the country. And therefore, we think we are proud of that, because we have been able to achieve things that we otherwise do not think we would have been able to achieve, and given a chance to learners that otherwise would not have had a chance. We also had picked up a few that are not serious about the work that they are supposed to do. And whenever we picked up people who have breached the provisions of the SLA, we did not hesitate to terminate. And we think we will continue with that. We think we'll continue with that. And I think we think we will continue to do that. I'm saying it cautiously. My term is ending in a few days' time. So the we is also saying those who are not having a term, the management should continue that, whether we are there or we are not there. I think they should continue with that, because we are building a country here. So we can't afford a situation where there are people who are just doing things that are against what we have agreed that we should do. I must also say, from a performance point of view, as I come closer to ending this, from a performance point of view, the SETA, we took the SETA 2020 when it was sitting at about 74% achieving of its targets. And now we're sitting at 94%. And that 94% does not necessarily mean the targets that it's internal issues basically that we missed on achieving. In fact, specifically it was internal audit related issues. But insofar as the hardcore work that we do, we have achieved all the targets with the help from you. Otherwise, if you were not cooperating, we would not have been able to achieve that target. So we should be proud of that, and you should also be proud of yourselves. As we did that, we did the right thing, and we did it right, including the financial management. The Auditor General has given us at least 3 clean audits and 1 unqualified audit in the past 4 years, including 2 clean audits that have been on the trot from the last financial year and the one before. That simply tells you we've been doing the right thing and doing it right. And therefore, the money of the levy payers has been in safe hands, and it has done what it's supposed to do. That's what the Auditor General has generally said. From a governance point of view, which is our responsibility, we've been generally on the upward trajectory, ensuring that we provide the proper oversight and doing what we're supposed to do. Probably most of you, I must indicate, you read newspapers, you listen to the news. Maybe I shouldn't shy away from this as I leave. You might have seen and read articles from the online papers. The chairperson has earned 1.6 million rands in fees and attended 64 meetings in that period. Of course, we should have expected that. This happened at the very silly season of nominations for the next term, starting on the 1st of April. So people, some internally at MICT SETA, aided by others outside of MICT SETA, went broke to ensure that We can't have this chairperson who is sitting on the tap and closing the tap for us to eat. He must go back to the village where he came from. Because he's an irritation, he doesn't allow us to eat. We can't allow people to eat. We are building a country here. So they published these stories, which of course have been proven to be inaccurate. And none of these houses that have published have come to me and asked me a question and for clarity. Those who came, in fact, there are those who came, the major ones came to us. I think the Sunday papers came and asked questions. When they actually got the responses, they said, well, there's no story here. Parliament has asked questions. We have responded to Parliament. And it's well understood now, and it's known that there is nothing like that. I've never been paid 1.6 million. I've paid normal fees that are disclosed in the annual report. You can check on the annual report if you want. You will see it's there. The major cost has been paying my traveling. I stay in rural areas, and I'm not about to come and stay in Johannesburg. Even if I get reappointed, if that happens, if they think I must be reappointed, I'm still going to stay in my village. And you'll still have to extract me from my village to bring me to Johannesburg and pay for that. I'm a South African, I've got equal rights with anybody to participate. I cannot be excluded on that basis. So I thought I must take time to clarify this because there's nothing to hide. There's absolutely nothing to hide. Let's leave that. I must then come closer to the closing of this session by thanking management of the SETA, including the CEO in absentia, for the work that they've been doing, and areas that need further improvement. Indeed, we have identified those and we're working with those on those internally. The process of appointing a new board is going on, and I have been guaranteed that by the 1st of April, there will be a new board, and that new board will also include some who are returning members of the board, and there will be new faces that are coming in. The cases of the chairperson also is a matter that the minister is seized with, and the minister will make an announcement as and when she is ready to make that announcement. But I'm convinced before the 1st of April, you will be knowing who is the chairperson of the board. I have no hangover. If I have to walk, I will walk. It was never a permanent job. It was a task for 5 years. And I'm proud of what I've been able to contribute and achieve over the 5 years. I don't look back and doubt. So I'll be walking with my head held up high if I have to walk. But we don't know. So, on a lighter note, if there was anyone who was ready to pop a champagne because I'm leaving, please keep it on ice until the 1st of April. Because you might just be shocked. So let's not be quick with that one. We'll see what the minister says, and whatever the minister says will be accepted, and we'll take it and move on to the next responsibility if we have to take another responsibility. We were not born to be chairpersons of MICT SETA. We were born just to be human beings and strive for a living like anybody else and everybody else. And I think with that, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. This session is open, and I think we will hear from you as well as members of management will be presenting their programs, and you will be asking questions and also indicating areas that you think there is improvement that we should make. But those who have got specific questions, I think it would be advisable to catch the management probably during break to ask specific questions, but you're not barred from asking even here on this platform should you wish to do so. With that, this session is open. Thank you. Okay, so I'm reminded of one thing. There is a video that we need to play here. And before that video is played, I must also indicate, I hope the training provider that was responsible for the kids that put together a renal advert is here. Because there are kids who actually put together an advert right in the Joburg city center who were trained by our training provider on an NQF level 5 qualification, and they did an amazing job. It meant we were playing on the international stage. Renault is an international brand, and we should be proud of these young kids, and you should have seen it. It's mind-blowing what they put together. So we're not just training for the sake of training. We're creating livelihoods for people. We are dealing with human beings, not just numbers. We're touching people's lives. So we will play a video now that will be giving the account of some of these things that we have seen. And those who are responsible for the video, please get it rolling, please.
The Media, Information and Communications Technology Sector Education and Training Authority, known as the MICT SETA, was established in terms of the Skills Development Act of 1998. MICT SETA plays a pivotal role in achieving South Africa's skills development and economic growth within the advertising, film and electronic media, electronics, information technology and telecommunications subsectors. MICT SETA has regional presence in South Africa, with offices in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, Free State, Klerksdorp Satellite Office and a head office in Johannesburg.
As a skills development entity, the MICT SETA understands its vital role in advancing the National Skills Development 2030 agenda by contributing to the overarching goals of building a skilled and capable workforce, reducing unemployment, and enhancing the country's global competitiveness. Through targeted skills development interventions, MICT SETA strives to create opportunities for individuals to realize their potential, drive innovation, and contribute to South Africa's socio-economic development.
I am from a small town called Hammanskraal, specifically from an area called Ganana. I come from a family of 6.
Siblings, we had 5 at home, so it was squabble. I moved out, I stayed alone at home.
My mom doesn't work, and my dad is a security guard.
I studied at SETA College, and I'm currently doing my BEng Tech in Mechanical Engineering at DUT.
I attended another course, IT course. My friend told me about TEF, so that's why I decided to apply here.
After graduating, I was unemployed for about a year, which was the COVID period, and I was introduced to Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub by a referral from someone who knew that I was interested in computers and digital things.
So how I found out about the MICT SETA is through their initiative of asking us to create or work with them in the intranet project.
I live with my grandparents and my 2 siblings. My mother and father live elsewhere, and I've been living with them throughout my academic life or school life.
I'm from KZN. I grew up in Mseleni Children's Home. In 2018, I decided to move to Cape Town to study film and television. And I remember coming to Cape Town with like nothing beside my disability grant and like living out of my disability grant for those years during my studies.
In my first year of undergrad, my mom had to quit her job so that she could be able to put me through school because it was quite expensive. And I found out through an after alumni that there was the MICT SETA bursary, and I applied, and they funded my 2nd and my 3rd year.
It was around 2022, and then because I was struggling financially, and then one of my lecturers suggested that actually there are internships that I can apply to. And then so that when I found out about MICT SETA and SA Film Academy.
I found out about the internship from one of the colleagues that work here. It was a post that was advertised, and they told me to go onto the SABC website.
And fast forward 6 years later, through the mentorship I received, through the MICT SETA's internship and through service providers like Film Africa and Moonlighting Films, I was able to work my way up, eventually to becoming the operations manager at Greenset.
If you look just behind us, we've got a fully equipped lab, which guys will actually be taken through from digging manholes to actually to house connection.
Our ICT programs are 12 months learnership. This is through the MICT funding program.
Some of our programs that we focus on is developing skills in the 4IR space. Drone flying, drone making would be one of it. We're also looking at young people looking at 3D printing, coding, and also making sure that young people get the necessary skills in the technical fields where IT is concerned.
We select students from difficult background, especially those who come from the 4IR sector, and then we give them an opportunity to develop their skills as well as fund them to further their studies.
Although the students really come from the disadvantaged background, is that the good part is that they are really willing to learn.
A lot of youth who are unemployed is because of the skill. So one thing that they come here through that EPIP model is to develop the skill.
The MICT SETA Lab, I believe it is a very good tool for students because you get introduced to new technologies, you get to be exposed to different kinds of people.
So when the students come in, they're very shy, they're very withdrawn, and the knowledge that they have is almost textbook knowledge. So when they come in, the first thing we do is we assess where their learning gaps are. We put them onto Orca AI and we monitor them weekly. Every week they are allowed to, it's compulsory actually for them to present the solutions they've worked on.
So I learned how to install and maintain fiber. I learned how to use the devices connected with the fiber optics. And I also learned how to construct cables and how to take care of the cable as it is a very delicate cable.
So as I came here, I didn't know how to use a computer, but now I've become a computer literate because I've learned a lot, using Excel, Word, and other engineering system.
And it was an amazing opportunity for me to write my first ever international examination called the Microsoft Azure AI Fundamental, whereby I received an international recognized certification after passing the international examination.
Because when the young people join our program, you could see the levels. But as the program continues, you can actually see how the spark takes them to another level. And another level actually tells us that our training that we are doing is doing impact.
Strategic partnerships in key areas of the fourth industrial revolution enable the MICT SETA to tap into emerging trends, drive innovation, and develop 4IR qualifications across various domains such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud computing, design thinking, data science, Internet of Things, robotic process automation, e-waste, drone technology, blockchain, 3D printing, optic fiber, extended reality like augmented and virtual reality, and mobile devices repairs. Noteworthy initiatives include the development of an intranet portal with the University of Johannesburg to improve internal communication and productivity within the organization, as well as other research chair projects focusing on cybersecurity, enterprise architecture, and ICT master planning with various universities. The SETA recognizes the importance of SMMEs in economic growth and offers tailored programs to empower them. Accreditation for 38 new 4IR courses and realignment of 22 others reflects evolving qualifications in line with industry needs. The SETA's investment of nearly R1 billion in discretionary grants and 188 million rand in mandatory grants in the 2023-2024 financial year underscores its commitment to equipping learners with skills for the digital age. The MICT is dedicated to supporting young entrepreneurs through initiatives like the new Venture Creation Level 2 Skills Program, providing essential skills and knowledge for business success. Additionally, a shared service model is being established to optimize technology adoption and operational efficiency.
They also did 5G, they also did robotics, and of course, while they were doing that learnership, we also assisted them to be skilled in other 4IR skills like the 3D printing, the virtual reality, Internet of Things. And I think we didn't mention our center is home automated. So it is practical for them to be exposed on those things.
You'll meet people, you'll meet different culture in the environment to learn about their working environment ethics.
So if I look back and to where I am today, I wouldn't have pictured myself here. I wouldn't have pictured myself being an HOD of a department. The internship has added so much value in my life because I have no idea how I would have gotten into where I am if it wasn't for the internship with SA Film Academy.
I think in our country, especially in the financial state that our country is in, there's a lot of talent that is out there that just needs to be nurtured. But the students don't have the financial means to study, and that's where bursaries and internships really help, because they open up those doors and they also get an opportunity to prove themselves and to display their talent.
I've learned the importance of communication. I've learned the importance of teamwork. However, being in this environment has taught me a lot of things about working with other people. It's not only my success, but the success of a team.
To me, this learnership means that I have an advantage. I'm getting real work experience before I even get my qualification.
I think this internship was really important for me to actually put my foot in the door.
I'm very proud to be a product of MICT. It's impacted me in such a huge way.
I would like to say, especially to people living with disabilities, that there's always opportunities out there, and don't let your disability limit you.
Now that I have these qualifications of mobile repairing, I want to start up a business and teach the youth out there so that they can make something of their life.
So in the next coming 5 to 6 years, I see myself as someone who uplifts or who builds communities. I would like to see myself having centers like this one, as I believe I'm a teacher by heart.
I would like to thank MICT SETA for this opportunity, because now I will not be one of those unemployed people here in South Africa and be able to provide for my family in the near future.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the endless bursaries and your contribution to us young people. I truly appreciate the efforts, the funds, and the projects that we embark on with you.
Because now, I know from now on, in future, my life will be different because of this opportunity. I can support my family and be happy and live a better life.
So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you so much, MICT SETA. What you are doing doesn't go unnoticed. It goes a long way.
I would like to thank the people from MICT SETA because they've started a great initiative in helping us getting these internships, in helping us making sure that we get all the knowledge that we needed, in providing us with the jobs that we needed so that we can be where we are today.
I would like to say to MICT SETA, thank you so much, guys. Ngiyabonga kakhulu from the bottom of my heart. There's a lot that you guys enikushintshile lafini yami, and I don't know, bengizoba kephi in life. Okay,
I was able to learn a lot of things and benefit so much from this internship. And for that, I am truly grateful for this opportunity from MICT SETA and the SABC.
MICT SETA's commitment is reflected in the investment of over 1.6 billion rand in bursaries, learnerships, internships and skills programs, providing the foundation for our countless success stories. With funding for learning programs growing by an impressive 76% between the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 financial years, MICT SETA's impact continues to expand. Together, we are building skills, building dreams, and transforming lives. The journey doesn't end here. With every learner we empower and every community we uplift, we are forging a brighter future for all. MICT SETA, building a capable, creative, and innovative developmental state by realizing its vision of advancing cutting-edge future skills. MICT SETA, shaping skills, pioneering industries, empowering futures.
Thank you, colleagues. I think some of you might even recognize your learners here. I'm sure there might be, and when I was in Cape Town, I saw some of these learners that are featured here. This is a compressed account of learners who have benefited. There's some you might have met the people that were commissioned to gather this information, and there's 3 different videos that are much longer, but we said let's edit it and make it a shorter version, but we only managed 14 minutes. We wanted 10 minutes, but he couldn't. We only managed to make 14 minutes. And the important thing to say about this is this editing and making of this short video that you've seen also has been done by a learner from here, from MICT SETA, and who's been produced by us. And we said we can't go and ask for somebody to do this thing when actually we are training people to do this kind of work. So I think I'm very proud of the young men who put together this, and which I believe it's quite good. And I think you are critics enough, and probably you would disagree with me if I think you think that is not good enough. But I thought it was very mind-blowing, the work that this young man has done, putting together this video. And this is an unchoreographed account of the work that we have done over the past few years. And we thank you for the work that you've done for us to be able to even start speaking about those things. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the chairperson. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we can all agree that storytelling is the most impactful way to showcase success. And these stories that have been shown in this video obviously come from the programs, as the chairperson has alluded, that you yourselves have implemented, which is really testament of the real work at hand, and brings to life the performance as well that the chairperson alluded to in his address. It's always good to see, it's always good to touch and feel the development impact of our collective audits and our clean audit in action. I'd also just like to thank the chairperson for his insightful words and remarks in the keynote that he delivered. Chairperson, you've really underscored the critical importance of skilling and upskilling our young people to ensure that they have a foothold in the economy. This is not just a responsibility, it's a collective effort and a mission to build a future where every South African can thrive. Chairperson, you also highlighted the pivotal role of stakeholders in delivering the required skills for our digital economy. Indeed, the work that we do is not just about meeting quotas and targets. Again, allow me to repeat your words. It's about building an economy. And this reminder is that our efforts today will inspire the South Africa of tomorrow. Furthermore, and lastly, your inputs on internal processes and governance resonates quite deeply. Governance is the backbone of our success. We are where we are today through your strategic direction, ensuring that we operate with efficiency, transparency, as well as, and most importantly, accountability. When we get the governance right, we create an entity that benefits everyone. Our learners, our employers, as well as the broader economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like us to move on to the next item in our agenda. Earlier on, we introduced our acting CEO, Miss Wuntle Mokoena, who will actually delivering the overview of the CEO address. May you please give her a round of applause as she comes up on stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director. A very warm greeting to you, Chairperson of the Board. Greetings to all our stakeholders. our small, medium, and large employers. Also, warm greetings to all the MICT SETA staff who are part of making this event a success, and all senior management and management that are present here today. My name is Bontle Mukwena. I'm standing here in front of you on behalf of the CEO who could not be here. I'm grateful to be here. When I heard that Gauteng is quite huge, the RSVPs were quite huge, so I was very pleased to hear that because that aligns as well with our program offerings, because most of our programs actually take place in Gauteng. So it is expected that most of our stakeholders will show up. This morning, I would like to say welcome, and we hope to have a fruitful day today, reporting back on what we need to report back on. But I think at the heart of this session is to do a reflection of the end of the 5-year period. So we're here because it's the end of the 5-year strategy, which is ending at the end of March 2025. It's been a very long and interesting 5 years. If you'll allow me. So I've seen a lot of growth since I've been at the MICT SETA. When I joined, I think it was towards the end of 2021. Every time we had a board meeting, we would want to run and say. But today, I'm very proud to say that the chair has led that board with such conviction, such leadership. And I'm also proud to say that I've learned from that leadership from a distance. I've observed in every board meeting, in every session, that has also contributed to my growth. So on that note, Chair, I think you also deserve a thank you for you and the board. I think he actually deserves a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you, Chair. I'll apologize later. As I've said, we are here at the end of the 5-year period as we plan for the new period which starts from the 1st of April 2025 up until the end of March 2030. And I think it's important that we reflect. As we know, we had elections last year. We have a new government. We call it the Government of National Unity. The Government of National Unity has issued their own statement of intent. Within that statement of intent, they have chosen 3 strategic priorities that, as government, we need to focus on, which also has an impact on the SETA system. However, those 3 strategic priorities that they have identified does not change the outcomes of the SETA. We are still aligned to the work that the SETA is doing. On top of that, we've also had a change in policy in terms of the medium-term development plan. It used to be called MTSF, now we call it the MTDP, which is also critical in terms of also aligning ourselves to the MTDP requirements. So we are here as well because we've had that session with our board where we've developed the new documents for the 5-year period, which will actually guide the SETA in the next 5 years, which aligns to all those pillars in terms of policy, with the mandate also coming through from the Department of Higher Education and Training, who is the executive authority for the SETA. So on that note, I want to assure you that as a SETA, we are actually driving the mandate of government. We're driving the mandate of skills development through the National Skills Development Plan, the National Development Plan, and all other legislations that we need to align to. What is interesting about the MICT SETA is that most of our companies are actually small. If you take in the time to understand the sector, as it is what we call the MICT sector, which is made up of the 5 subsectors that you know, which I believe you're here because you belong to one of those 5 subsectors. The majority of our companies are small, followed by medium and large being very small. However, most of our small companies are not able to pay levies because of the challenges of the economy. Also because if you're a small company, you employ less than 50 employees. Most of them are not actually making the threshold of 500,000. And then we find the large companies who are actually contributing in terms of their funding model. the 1% skills development levy that we collect every month from your payroll comes through the majority of this comes through as well from the large companies. So we believe that we all have a role to play in this room, because we will not be able to achieve what we need to achieve if we do not form strategic partnerships and collaborations. There is a lot that we could learn from the large companies in terms of supporting also entrepreneurship in the sector. Because as you know, we are also legislated in terms of how we can use our budget. So we are not able to do anything as we wish with the money. So there is a cap on certain things in terms of the interventions that we can actually implement. For example, in terms of the DG grant that was closed last year, we received a lot of applications. If we cost each application that we received, it goes above 41 billion rands. However, the SETA has a budget for 1 billion to implement programs for 2025-26. So that's already showing you the demand versus what is readily available in terms of money or budget. So we need to really consider how we can work together and collaborate, especially on entrepreneurship. That is the key, because we see most of our companies are small. They are actually running their own businesses. So on our part as a SETA, the support we can give you is from the skills perspective, because our mandate is skills development. So we will not necessarily operate like other funding organizations that would assist you in other ways in terms of capital to start a business. So I thought that I will also touch on that. One of the achievements that we've made as a SETA in the last 5 years is to actually develop a rural development strategy. As I've said initially in my opening, most of our programs are actually in Gauteng. As we know, Gauteng is not necessarily a very rural province, but it does have elements of rural areas at the peripheries of Gauteng. Most of the rural provinces are outside of Gauteng. So as a board decided that we also need to focus on rural development, because we cannot be focusing only in the urban areas. We also need to upskill those that are in rural areas to get the skill that they need. However, there are challenges around attracting people from urban areas to go to rural areas, and also expecting people in rural areas to want to stay in rural areas. So that is a bigger challenge, which is a structural challenge that government needs to look in, but we need to also do our part in that. So if you look at the MICT SETA, or as part of the process that we follow, the MICT SETA is made up of a very youthful workforce, or the MICT sector. So these are our subsectors. Most of the employees, they are young. So these are people who have the future in front of them. These are people who will need opportunities, as we also know that we have a high unemployment rate in the country, especially amongst the youth. We also encourage you to do your bit when learners are placed in workplaces. It's also very important that they are placed within occupations that are relevant to their qualifications or their field of study, or at least try to match the learner to the qualification that they have, so that once they complete that learning intervention, they're able to get employment. I would also like to touch on a bit of our wins. We have, or the board has actually ran with the mandate of innovation. The Minister of JHB at the time instructed the board to run with innovation and digitalization. One of the key things that they focused on was the research chairs. As one of those programs within the research chairs, there was a focus on improving our learner management system, which Chair has touched on. So as we are preparing for the submission of the WSP ATRs at the end of April, I will also encourage you to make sure you have a profile on our LMS. It's not only SSP module or the module for WSP ATR. We've added also the ETQA module, but that will be relevant for the ETQA matters. There's also the learning programs one, which is the LPD one. So if you're familiar with our system, or if you know you'll be submitting a WSP ATR at the end of April, I would like to remind you to also go to the LMS system, register your profile. And another interesting announcement is that DHET has had difficult challenges around their systems. So most of you have not been paid your mandatory grants from the WSP ATRs that you received. You submitted last year, April 2024. We have issued letters, or we have communicated in our previous stakeholder engagements to indicate that it's a system glitch. It's on the DHET side. Unfortunately, we cannot solve it. It must be solved there, because in order for us to make payment for a mandatory grant, we need to make sure that your levy payments are up to date. And there are those that still have outstanding documentation for the very same period, meaning that the WSP ATR is still not approved. We have followed up with them up until this point. So we have issued letters to those companies that have been affected. Please note that you will not receive your mandatory grant if you do not submit the outstanding documentation. That money we will forfeit at the end of March. It will go into the discretionary grant. Also, we've noted that there are challenges around the QCTO. As you know, there has been a lot of shift from the historical qualifications to the occupational qualifications. And I know most of you are in this room because you also have those challenges. I'm glad that is not my area, but we will touch on that as part of the program. So Ms. Natalie Nelson will be the one who will present on ETQA. All the QCTO challenges will be covered in that presentation. As I have indicated, we've had a high demand for DG grants for the last window that came out. Mr. Enes Nemugavini is here. He will touch as well on the DG grant process and where it is and give you a status update. I've also touched on innovation. The lady responsible for that is Ms. Gugusema, as part of the FYR division. She will also be coming through later on the program to take you through the work of 4IR and the work that they have done. If you have read our sector skills document, you will know that artificial intelligence is the top change driver for the sector. In line with that, the SETA is aligning itself to that change in the sector from a skills perspective. So we'll touch briefly on that in my presentation, and Ms. Sima will go into the detail, as 4IR is the one who's responsible for qualification development in that area. And that, I'm not sure how to put it, but we've had some challenges around documentation that is not accurate, that has been submitted in terms of DG applications, etc. We'd like to encourage you to make sure that the documentation you submit is accurate so that it does not delay any of the program payments or any of the program start period or any approval that must be done based on the submission that you would have done. So I would like to encourage you to do that so that we don't get into legal matters, etc. So I think on that note, I would also like to thank you for the success that we've seen of our learning programs. You may be aware that we do tracer studies every year. Part of the success that we've seen in terms of those learning programs is that, for example, in 2023-24, you've seen a completion rate of 72%. That could not be done only by the SETA. It could be done with the partners that we have in you as employers, skills development providers, SDFs, etc. I think we deserve a round of applause on that. Thank you so much. So on that note, I think my job is done, and I hope I represented the CEO well. We thank all our levy payers because they make us and they enable us to do the work that we do. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Chair. So now I'm standing in front of you in my capacity as the Senior Manager, Sector Skills Planning. So I work in the research office at MICT SETA and Strategy. So my role is to do research for the sector in terms of the sector skills plan that I'm sure most of you would have gone through. We do research, we draft strategy documents, so we're also responsible for drafting the strategic plan, annual performance plan, operational plan, all the planning documents that are strategy related. We also implement the research agenda for the SETA. Okay, I'm not going to dwell so much on some of those things I've covered. I'll just go through the very important slides just for us to save time. As I have indicated, we had a physical session on SDF capacity building in Gauteng. Most of you would have attended if you're SDFs. We took you through the system. What is it that you need to know, how you log in. We had our IT team there who assisted you and took you through the different ways in terms of also troubleshooting. I'm not going to stress that, just to say that the WSP ATRs are due at the end of April. Should you require an extension, you need to submit it before midnight, end of April. As we have indicated, I don't have the power in the team to decide to grant you an extension. That submission will still have to go to the board. The board will make a decision. As we have requested, you need to write a formal letter on your letterhead of the company, indicate why you require an extension, and then we will also need evidence. So the reasons you're giving, they must be supported by evidence so that we are able to recommend to the board and the board is able to make an informed decision. This is the overview for Gauteng in terms of the submission for 2024-25. As we have indicated, Gauteng is our largest with 64% of the submissions for WSP ATRs. So I must just indicate that this is we call it Annexure 2 or the employer survey. So we use this data as a survey for our research. So that number you see there is just a sample that we analyze, but we are using it to generalize for the MICT sector. Organizing framework for occupations. You've heard about the OFO. It's a very critical planning tool that we use. So if you also complete your WSP ATR, you'll see that where you have to put in employee details, you must link them to an occupation code, which is the OFO code. So at the 6-digit level, it's at the employee level. So here we're asking you to actually group jobs to an occupation rather than the other way around. So an occupation is a group of similar tasks and duties as opposed to a job, which is a set of tasks and duties performed by one person. So the OFO groups those jobs that have similar tasks and duties into one occupation. And we know that in workplaces, we use different titles for jobs, but if you had to look at the job description in terms of the duties and the tasks, they could be similar to someone else in another organization or even in the same organization who's using a different job title. So that's why we had to adopt the system from New Zealand and Australia so that we can sort of centralize and understand as part of workforce planning, understand the level of skills that we have in the country, also understand the qualification levels, your skills needs and your skill sets. So the OFO allows us to do that workforce planning, to do that mapping. If we had to have an OFO assessment for the entire country and everybody was using the OFO codes, we'll be able to actually give you a picture of what is the status of skills in South Africa. So the OFO is very critical. It also allows us to plan for the skills that we need to plan for. So it's very important that you understand the OFO because it also explains the different aspects of the OFO, their groups, measure groups, subgroups, etc., etc. So in terms of the structure of the OFO, is organized in 8 occupational categories, with the highest being those in management level, professionals, technicians, and associate professionals, with the lowest being elementary occupations and plant and machine operators. We've seen that most of the MICT sector employees are actually in the top 3 categories, and most of them actually are in the IT or ICT sector. That is also telling us that it's a highly skilled workforce. These are people who have a degree and above in terms of qualifications. They also are highly skilled. They're professionals in their sectors. They're CEOs. They're managing directors. But it also shows us those that are at the bottom that we should be trying to pull up. So that's also the big part of using the OFO. So in terms of the mandatory grant, that is just to demonstrate to you the disbursements that we've done. So as I've said, when you submit your WSP-ATR, you're giving us the sector intelligence. You're giving us information for us to understand the workforce better. So you're giving us information to understand age, race, gender, geographic location, occupational level, skills level, disability, etc., etc. So as part of that process, the Skills Development Levies Act and the Skills Development Access, we will incentivize you by giving you back 20% and the mandatory grant regulations. We'll give you back 20% of the 1% that you've paid for the entire year if you submit the WSP-ATR to us. So that is also an incentive for us to get the sector intelligence and for you to claim back the 20% of the 1% that you would have paid to us. So for 2023-24, we've seen that disbursement go up at 207 million with a 10% increase. However, the payout ratio is 72%, as I've said earlier on. It's not 100%, it might not be 100% for some time. If those who submit WSP-ATR still have outstanding documentation, we still had outstanding documentation at the end of April 2024. We will still have outstanding documentation at the end of April 2025 if the employers and the SDFs are not coming on board to submit their outstanding documentation. And we always find this gap where SDFs are appointed externally or when an XDF leaves and nobody takes over. So that becomes a gap in terms of the communication, because we certainly are sending communication on the system to the relevant contact details that we have. We would follow up with emails, but we sometimes don't get the response. So that payout ratio might not get to that 100%, but that is not a bad thing as well. It means you don't want your 20% back. We will use it for other programs. So that's why that money goes into the discretionary grant. It will allow us to allocate that money where it's needed. In the next slide, we're just showing you the growth of the MICT SETA in the last 5 years. As we've indicated, the funding model, we are funded through the Skills Development Levies Act, through the skills levy income that we get from companies. So over a 5-year period, we've just seen a dip due to the COVID and the recovery from COVID. But as we went to 2023, 2024, as you've seen, we've had a levy income above 1 billion rands. This is the 2025-2026 SSP findings. So SSP is the Sector Skills Plan document. This is a research document that the sector uses or should use as part of planning and also as part of understanding the workforce, as part of understanding the skills needs, understanding what the labor market requires, what the labor market demands, and what is able to be supplied to the labor market in terms of skills that are needed. So there is a process that we follow, the research process that we follow. We will review the previous SSP that I would have had and also align it to current developments. We do desktop research, literature review. We also analyze data. So the WSP-ATR is part of the data that we will analyze. We also do field research. We do focus groups. So normally we also go back to our stakeholders who would have submitted WSP-ATRs. We'll contact them and have focus groups with them, have interviews with them, share the findings with them so they can confirm. We also have professional bodies in the sector that our SSP send to for review or peer review. They will give us feedback to indicate if our SSP is relevant. Is it actually dealing with the current issues that they're facing in the sector in terms of skills? So that is a thorough process that we would follow, and the board will have final approval of the SSP. So I can tell you that that document is very relevant. If you use it, you'll be able to understand what's going on in the sector and the nuances or the things as well that you may not be aware of in terms of what we plan for. And that document, or the SSP, is also the basis for the DG grant window. So what you see advertised on the DG grant in terms of the program interventions that the SETA will support is based on the research on the SSP, because we have a list of sectoral priority occupations that is an indicator of those skills and occupations that are needed in the sector. We have skills gaps that are identified as well. We have had to fill vacancies that are identified. So using the SSP, it's a starting point to guide you in terms of the programs that you need to look at. I must also say that we did a study to find out if there is a need for artisan training in the MICT subsectors, the 5 subsectors, because we believe there are artisans in the subsector. I'm not sure how many of you actually participated in that study. So I'm putting my head out now and say, if you're interested in training artisans, please come speak to me, or please speak to Ernest. We want to take the process further, but we need to do fact-finding so we understand exactly. But the report did point out to artisans being in the sector, but whether they got the training where is something that we are not really sure of, and how we can contribute. Because, you know, ICT, it has a lot of technical skills, electronics as well. We also see a lot of electricians operating in the sector. We also see, what do they call those? Riggers in the film industry. I don't know if you know a rigger. It's also an artisan. So it's very interesting that we do have occupations that are artisans, but they are not primarily trained through the MICT SETA. They may not have to be trained through the MICT SETA if we collaborate with other SETAs who are already training those occupations. So I'm just putting it out there so that we can also round up the work that we need to do on the artisan study. So that's the structure of the SSP, is made up of 6 chapters. The sector profile, that's the workforce planning that I have indicated. I'll take you through the outcome of that: key skills change drivers, occupational strategies and skills gaps, sector partnerships, monitoring and evaluation, and skills priority actions. So those are the different subsector employers and the levy payers. As I've indicated, most of our employers are small and medium, and they're not levy payers. Those that are levy payers, you can see they drop with the second bar. And in terms of subsectors, we have subsectors, with the largest subsector being information technology, followed by telecommunications, electronics, film and media, and advertising. The geographical spread of employers by province: Gauteng still leads with the majority of employers in Gauteng, and then that is followed by the Western Cape, and it's also followed by KwaZulu-Natal, and the other provinces that you will see, they're very small. But also that's the structure of the economy. It shows where the economic hubs are. Unfortunately, that's where most of the business takes place and where most of the skills are. So in the next slide is the labor market profile for employment in the MICT sector. So in 2024, we had over 300,000 employees in the MICT sector. So there we're profiling employees by subsector, with IT still being the leading employer per subsector, and that is followed by telecommunications, followed by electronics, film and media, and advertising. In the next slide, we are profiling employee by race, age, and gender. So in terms of race, we see a 50% split. This is the national picture. We'll try and zoom in into Gauteng as well. In terms of employee distribution by race, the majority is 50% is Africans, and that is distributed between, the remainder is distributed between whites at 28%, Indian 10%, and colored at 13%. If we had to look at employee distribution by age group, as I have indicated, it's a quite youthful workforce. With 49% of employees in the category 35 to 55. And then those that are less than 35 years of age is 45%, with only 6% those that are above 55 years of age. If we had to look at the same profile for Gauteng, the pictures changes slightly. As you see, in terms of employee distribution by race, 57% are African in Gauteng, 27% are white, Indian 9%, colored 7%. When we look at the employee distribution by gender, the majority of employees are male, followed by 44% of females. If you look at age, 35 to 55 years old makes up 52% in the sector. Then those that are under 35 account for 41%. Those that are above 55 years of age is 7%. This still mirrors the previous slide where we have a young workforce. We're profiling disability. Those employees with disabilities, 64% are African. This is a national picture. 5% Indian, 10% colored, 21% white. If we had to look at disability in Gauteng, we see that the majority are Africans at 69%, followed by whites at 19%, colored 7%, Indians at 5%. This is the occupational segmentation in terms of the OFO. So this is where we're profiling the occupational categories. This is for the sector. As you would see, as I have indicated previously, most of the employees belong in the top 3 categories, which are highly skilled, with the majority of them being under professionals. So as you would, that will already alert you that this is a highly skilled workforce. These are people who have formal qualifications or experience, but however, they are operating at a very high level. And since these are employed, so even in the learning programs that we come up with for employed, they must actually match this profile because, of course, the ICT and all the other sectors are reflected here, especially ICT in the top 3 categories. And we see at the lowest is elementary occupations and plant and machine operators and assemblers. That will also link up to any of the learning interventions that we have at that level. Ideally, we don't want people who are still sitting at the elementary occupations. However, these are people that we still need to look after and design training programs for them. If we had to zoom into Gauteng on the same occupational classification, you will see that it also mirrors the national picture, with the most of employees being professionals there, followed by managers and associate. Here in Gauteng, we note that clerical support workers actually come third, then followed by associate professionals. And then we see that at elementary occupations, we have quite a number there as well, but we still need to look after them so that they can get to the level of skills that they need to get. Then we're going into chapter 2. I think what's significant to chapter 2 is the chapter that talks about key skills shortages. So we used to call the supply and demand of skills. So this is where we profile the demand of skills in the labor market and the supply. So what are employers demanding and what is available, or what skills are available to take up what is demanded. Also, what is supplied from the higher education institutions. Do you have graduates that are ready to start work with the required skills? Have they studied what is required or what we need? Are there any emerging occupations? Are there any future skills that we need to be aware of so that we can start training on them? As I have indicated, artificial intelligence is the biggest change driver. So the change driver is a driver or is a factor of change that drives change in a positive or negative matter. manner that is skills related. As I've said, we are in the business of skills, so we focus on the skills changes. So in terms of their research, artificial intelligence is the one that is actually driving change in the sector and all the other technologies that we've listed there. So that aligns as well with the work of the 4IR division. So I'm not going to dwell much on that, and Ms. Sima will take us through. But artificial intelligence is very critical, and it doesn't mean that people will lose their jobs. I mean, every time I scroll on social media, there's one program or another telling you equip yourself with AI so that you can make your life easier or your job easier. So they say those people, those managers who are not learning AI, they will be the ones to lose their job or left behind, as opposed to somebody who has made AI part of their job and part of their life. So we are able to coexist with this technology. It may make our lives easier. It does have its challenges. It does have its ethical challenges. It does have its own risks that we need to manage. I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm just going to go straight to the sectoral occupational demand. So these are hard to fill vacancies. So this is a process we follow in Chapter 3, where we analyze the supply and demand. And we also ask you questions as part of your WSP ATR as well. What are those hard to fill vacancies? What are those vacancies that have taken you 6 months to fill? What was the reason? So the reason must always be skills related, because if it's skills related, it means we have it in the country. So if we're saying that the reason is salary or geographic area, we have somebody but they're not willing to relocate, then that is not a skills issue. That is another issue. But the skill, we have it. So we're looking at how to fill vacancies. We also draft the sectoral occupational list from all these interviews that we do and all the data that we analyze. So for the advertising hard to fill vacancies, they are listed. There's 5 of them. It's multimedia specialist, multimedia designer, advertising specialist, digital artist, and marketing practitioner. These will also be linked to the DG window. For the film and electronic media, hard to fill vacancies, director, film, television, radio, or stage, camera operator, media producer, sound technician, digital artist, journalist, and editor. If you go to the ICT hard to fill vacancies, we have software developer, computer network and systems engineer, ICT systems analyst, computer network technician, ICT security specialist, developer programmer, data scientist, telecommunication, technical officer or technologist, ICT sales representative, electronics engineer. I'm sorry, I didn't scroll. So that's the sectoral occupational list. So this is what we call the top 10 list. So it's quite a long list, but we keep to the top 10 in terms of the method that we follow and the weighting in terms of how many times an occupation has appeared. So that's the list we will normally submit to the Department of Higher Education and Training. They also have their own method of compiling the sectoral occupation priority list. Let me go to that one. I'm sorry. This is the sectoral priority list. So we've focused on the top 10, which is what the Department of Higher Education and Training requires. They will require the top 10 from each SETA and all the other stakeholders that they engage on in terms of the methodology that they have. So what's important about this list is that it informs the Home Affairs scarce skills visa, if they still call it that, or scarce skills permit. So this is when employers have said, I'm finding it difficult to find this skill. I'm finding it difficult to find somebody who's skilled in this. I've tried, it has been vacant for more than 6 months, for more than a year. I have not been able to. That's why I said we're looking at the skills related, not a matter of geography or salary. If it's a matter of salary, it means you might not be offering the correct salary or whatever the reason may be. But this is where we are finding it hard to find this skill. You find yourself poaching the very same people because there are very few of these skills that are available or that are demanded. The demand is higher than the supply. There might be these people available, but there are more jobs are available than the people who can fill them. So what normally happens, the Home Affairs Department will compile a list. They publish it, I think, every 2 years. So if your company have been struggling to find a particular skill, and then this skill, you find it there, you are able to actually export that skill, and they will grant the person, if you follow the correct route, then that person will get a work visa or scarce skills visa due to that skill occupation being on that list that is not readily available. I'm going to run and finish. So next, we're profiling skills gaps. So this is also what we found skills gap to be in the MICT sector. Management skills and the very popular certified skills, your Cisco's, your Azure, financial management skills, communication skills, sales skills, technical skills. So this is very particular. It's not just skills in sales, but skills in sales in IT. So people who are able to understand the technicalities of IT software for them to be able to sell it to you and explain what it actually entails. Then we have project management skills, then we have business management skills, and then we have leadership skills and problem-solving skills. This is a run-through of the extent of supply in the sector over the 5-year period. As you can see, learnerships and skills programs for a 5-year period. We have those that are enrolled, and we have those that have completed for the period. As you can see, we had hit a peak in 2019-20 and slumped a bit due to COVID. I suppose as we move along, we will get to that peak. But there are many reasons why we may not get to that peak that early. Also because we have been able to increase the stipend. So if we take the stipend up, it affects the budget. So we might have to take less learners in programs. So you will not necessarily see that shoot up in numbers, even though we have been able to collect more money. Learner enrollments and completions. So this is also for the period here. We've put together those that are employed and unemployed for 2023-24. We've seen a 72% completion rate. So as I have indicated, as I rush to the conclusion, so here we're profiling for the specific financial years or the 5-year period, the unemployed learners who have been enrolled in learning programs. So here we're showing you where most of enrollments happened, in what programs and the least enrollments, and in what provinces we've seen the high enrollments. So the majority of enrollments for the period for those that are unemployed, it was in learnerships at 41%, skills programs at 13%. The least enrolled, it was university placements and bursaries. Most of these enrollments are happening in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. Northern Cape is quite small, we'll just ignore that. So this is what, these are not the only interventions, there are about 7, so we just took the top 2 and the bottom 2. In the next slide, unemployed learners who have completed. So in terms of the previous slide here, we're profiling those that managed to complete. So majority of completions were in learnerships at 38%, skills programs 19%. The least completions were bursaries and candidacy. That is in terms of numbers. In Gauteng, most of the enrollments took place at 36%, followed by KwaZulu-Natal and Northern Cape at 3%. In the next slide, we're profiling those that are employed who have been enrolled in learning programs for the same period. Majority of enrollments were in skills programs, followed by federations or labor unions. So specific targets for federations and labor unions that we do every year. And then we have TVET managers development and learnership. So the top enrollments for these are in skills programs and federations. We will understand why a skills program will be more appropriate for those that are employed. The majority of these enrollments are happening in Gauteng, followed by the Free State with the Northwest, the least. On the next slide, we are profiling those that are employed and who completed for the period under review. So the majority of completions took place in skills programs at 74%, followed by RPL at 10%. This is actually very good. And the least completions were in AET and bursaries. Most of these completions are taking place in Gauteng, followed by KwaZulu-Natal and the Northwest. I will not touch on this. I think 4IR will delve deeper on this. These are SETA partnerships and strategic partnerships. I think with the work that they do, they will demonstrate the classic partnerships and the successes that we've achieved as a SETA on the partnerships that we have. I will jump to M&E and just run through the tracer study before I conclude. So every year, as part of the National Skills Development Plan, the mandate is to trace those learners that have gone through our learning interventions. What we do is we trace them to find out what happened to them. Were they able to find employment? Did they go back to school? Are they unemployed? Did they start a new business? We ask them many questions. Key success factors or critical success factors that we're interested in is understanding if the learner found the qualification and the learning program, whatever it was, very useful. Do they believe that it contributed to them finding employment? Were they placed in a workplace and in an occupation that is relevant to the qualification? Were they paid their stipend on time? Was training taking place as it's supposed to? So I'm just going to run through the summary of that tracer study. Here we're comparing two tracer studies. So we normally do a tracer study a year or two after the cohort has completed. So we will trace a particular financial year's cohort. So meaning all learners that went through MICT SETA programs, whether learnerships, internships, skills programs, all of them, we trace them. We do have a methodology that we go through, but I didn't go through that here for the purposes of time. I just want to share with you the findings, because this also shows us how far we've come. We've had to compare the learner outcomes, because those are very important. Our role is to equip learners with skills so they can go out there, find employment, or start their own businesses. So in terms of the findings in terms of unemployment after the program, in 2023, 72% of learners were unemployed after the program. You see in 2024, so this is a particular cohort that we follow. This will be, I think, the 2020-2021 cohort. 49% of them were unemployed, meaning 51% of them managed to find employment. It took them average time of 7 months to get employment. And the top sectors that they work in, most of them, 41% of them work in the media, advertising, ICT sector, meaning they still remain within the MICT sectors, and then they are spread across the other sectors: education, retail, wholesale, culture, arts, etc. Because of the nature of the skills they're also getting within the MICT sector, they are able to spread themselves in other areas of the economy in responding to the labor market requirements. So we also asked them, do you believe you're employed as a result of an MICT SETA learning program? In 2023, 27% of them said yes, they think so. In 2024, 64% of them said yes. So as you can see, that is a huge growth in terms of that outcome. We also asked them how many of them got promoted since completing the MICT SETA learning program. In 2023, only 20%. In 2024, 28% of them got promoted. We also asked them about the salary that they're receiving after employment. When we compare 2023 to 2024, on average in 2023, we're looking at 7,200 as the monthly salary for the learner. In 2024, for that particular cohort, we see the average salary has gone up to 11,737. So these are the outcomes that are actually showing us that the learners are benefiting or are reaping the rewards from actually going through the programs as they progress in their careers. We also ask them the number of dependents that they have, as we normally learners come through from difficult circumstances. They have dependents that they have to look after. Then in the next slide, that's the final one, we asked them if they've had any company benefits that they have access to since being in employment. So they quoted UIF contributions, provident fund, medical aid, travel allowance, etc. We also asked them in terms of the qualifications matched to occupation, meaning where they were placed in the workplace was their qualification they have matching the occupation they were placed in or the occupation that they're in. So 20% said no match, partial 23%, 58% had a match. Completion rate, we're looking at an increase in the completion rate and a decrease in our dropout rate. The completion rate for 2024 in terms of the cohort that was traced then is 92% with an 8% drop-off rate, and some of them continue to study, some part-time, some are not studying, etc. I think I'm at the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Colleagues, Ms. Mokoena gave us quite an in-depth roadmap in terms of where we are and where we want to go. And I think just to highlight key points of her presentation, her discussion on the WSP and ATR submissions reminded us of the importance of planning and reporting in driving skills development interventions. These are tools not just for administrative requirements, they are strategic instruments that actually help us align our training interventions with the actual needs of the sector. The focus on the OFO codes as well underscored the need for precision in identifying and addressing skills gaps. By using these codes effectively, we ensure that our interventions are targeted and, importantly, impactful. And I think the breakdown that she provided of the mandatory grants as well as the SETA levy income provided us with a clear picture in terms of how resources are allocated and how they actually support our skills development interventions. And I think transparency is key in order to help us build trust and ensure that every rand that is used actually creates meaningful opportunities. Her SSP findings painted a vivid picture of both challenges as well as the opportunities that exist in our sector. And I think these insights are quite invaluable in terms of being able to refine our strategies and prioritize interventions that deliver the greatest impact. I think finally from the learner enrollments versus the completions and the tracer study insights is a stark reminder of the importance of not just starting the journey, but ensuring that the learners cross or finish the line. This is where our collective colleagues as stakeholders, as employers, as well as skills development providers must come together to support every step of the way. With that in mind, I'm just going to lead us into a 5-minute discussion before our tea break. So the engagement session lies between you and your well-deserved cup of Java. The in-depth overview that the acting CEO provided, as well as her SSP findings. And I'm sure you also have comments from some of the insights and the remarks that were shared by the chairperson of the boards. So what I'll do is just allow us to take us until 11 o'clock. The time is now 10:53. On your tables, you'll see there are table mics. If you can just press the line when you see the light, it means that you are active. And let's try and take an equitable approach in terms of ensuring that we hear from you on all sides of the room. So I'll start from my far right into this middle and into my far left. If you have any questions, just please stand up, raise your hand, introduce yourself, and I'll urge you please just to make it less than 20 seconds. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Chinanne Concebalma City. I work for Tshwane North Tibet College. I'm the Deputy Principal Academic Services. There's something that I picked up when the presentation was made with regard to occupational programs. As colleges, we are phasing out the pre-2009 programs, the N1 to N6. So we're introducing these occupational programs in different fields or trades. So I had, if I'm not mistaken, Ms.
Bontle.
Yes, Ms. Buntle, indicating that MICT SETA is also venturing into skills or occupational programs that are not necessarily IT related. With us, if I'm correct, because I had mentioning the rigging and others, because we are giving, providing, currently a variety of programs, but however, in other areas, the funding becomes a challenge. So I'm not sure if I'm correct in my, interpretation that as colleges, can we tap into the DG, the grant when it's open, to fund those programs that are not necessarily aligned to MICT SETA? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to also make a point, the second part of our session entails the learning programs as well as education training and quality assurance. And I think with that part of the program, we'll be able to delve deeper into your ask. Is there another question? Yes. Thank you. So right at the end on the left.
Sorry, thanks very much. So my name's Jeff. I'd just like to find out, with the Tracer study, we are still finding that STPs that have actually closed down, the learners are still enrolled on different SETAs. So what is the process and how far along are we with regards to MICT implementing the overall checking of learners so there's no double dipping?
Thank you. I'll allow for 2 more questions on either side or in front of me. All right. I'm just going to ask Ms. Oh, there's a question there.
Thank you. I'm Mike Lunica from AMG Training Academy. I think I must start by congratulating the chairperson for finishing his term. There are few chairpersons who finish their terms in this day and age. I think in its flowers while it's still alive. Secondly, let's also, in the presence of the fact that there are also an opportunity of staying even further than that to give an institutional memory. I think if you could be part of that team that will come back, that will be recommendable. But that is the decision of the minister, of course. Secondly, I want to hint on the fact that the treasurer and the ministry, of course, it's finding hard to convince the GNU to adopt the budget. How delicate, how possible that could affect the SETA and the SETAs as time goes on, looking in the fact that it's now about to be April, and we know that by April, the division of budget has already been done. But this year, things are turning the other way around. And very soon, all those departments which have been had a financial dumping now will find it very hard to continue with their departments. How possibly is that going to affect the SETA or the SETAs in general, without looking at our SETA as well? Lastly, Bontle, you in your presentation you mentioned the dropout rate, which becomes a concern to your institution. Do you regard those that have got jobs elsewhere as a dropout? because as I understand, SETA is supposed to give them the experience once they are looking for a job. And in the process, some of them find better opportunities. And you can't find yourself blocking them because they are going to be regarded as a dropout. In your understanding, how do you view the word dropout? Thank you.
All right, I don't see or locate any further hands. So I will just allow for the panelists. There is Ms. Mugana, there is a mic over there, unless you want to come up to the podium, and she will address questions on the tracer study implementation. And Mr. Luniga, we do welcome your insights and your congratulatory note. I think we are truly graced to be blessed with such visionary leadership. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. In terms of the question on SDPs who have closed and learners are still have not completed programs, we know that is an issue, and our ETQA department and the QCTO are always handling that matter. So what I will suggest is we wait for Ms. Nelson's session of the program. She will definitely deal with that matter. Because yes, we've had a lot of those challenges and complaints around that matter. In terms of no double dipping, as part of the initiative that the MICT SETA has done with the ILMS, the idea is that we would link that system to the Home Affairs database of ID numbers for the PSET system when that time comes and everything works out as the Minister has visioned. So any learner that is in a learning program that is run within government or public entities, their ID number will be able to be picked up. So there will be no double dipping in that sense. But definitely it's a gradual progress. We are at the beginning stages of it. And I believe we found success with Home Affairs in terms of allowing us that access, because it takes a bit of time. But we are working on it. To reduce the double dipping on that matter. And on the, I heard about the N1 and N6 and access to DG grants. Was that the question? I might have misunderstood it.
I heard you mentioning additional occupational programs on top of those that are within the MICT SETA. That can we, if that's the case, is it possible for colleges to tap into that? Because we really need those funds. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We have many partnerships with TVET colleges, as Mr. Nemugavini will attest to that. We are even, as part of the targets that we have every year, is to develop TVET lecturers, to also support curriculum development within TVET colleges. And TVET placements as part of the learning programs that we have. So yes, we do work with TVET colleges. So I would suggest that you speak to Mr. Nemugavini. They would also respond during the DG grant window. So even TVET colleges are allowed in the same way as universities are allowed, because with universities, they offer bursaries. So in order for them to access that money, they need to apply for a DG grant. And those learners that seek bursaries in the universities that have been awarded the grant, they will actually get an MICT SETA bursary. So we don't offer bursaries as well directly to learners. It's through the bursaries that have been given the grant. The next question that I have around the dropout rates in terms of how we count the learners, etc. I'm not going to delve on that. I'm going to leave that to Mr. Nemugavini. But what I can tell you is that it depends on the timing of the learner leaving the program. Because if it's towards the end of the program and it's not possible to replace them and find another learner, yes, that will be regarded as a dropout, even though they might have found employment. Because on our side, we cannot find another body to replace them. We also find that some drop out also because of stipends that are not paid on time. So we also encourage our training providers to pay their stipends on time, because they start, once they see that continuously for a period of 3 months I have not been paid on time, they start looking somewhere else where they think they'll find something better. So those are the challenges that we have. I think that's all the questions that I had. Over to you, Chair.
So I've been given a nice name. I'm called a panelist, and I've seen panelists on TV. They sit down, they don't stand up and respond to questions. But I think I prefer standing up. So the dropout issue, because the key from your question is, the implications are that if one gets a job, because you want to avoid a dropout, you might even sort of discourage them from dropping out, because they will be counted as a dropout. And I think this calls for some thinking management on how do we define this thing that's called dropout, and how do we account for it. I think that question must be viewed as a rhetorical question that calls on us to think deeper on that, so that we don't just crunch numbers, include those who are stipend chasers and those who have no reason to drop out and lump them together with those who drop out because they actually have gained a skill and they are now on a meaningful employment. I've seen that happening. When I was in PE, if you remember when we were in PE at Kucha, the 50 learners that were doing software development and other things there, most of them, I don't know what's the number, Mr. Munam will talk about the number. Most of them, before they could complete the program, they were already snatched by the companies in that Kucha, in that special economic development zone. So I think it calls on us to think creatively on how do we account for that. I think that's how I understand your question. The other question, I think we must understand when we advertise for a DG grant, and I think Namgabini will speak about it again, there are targets that are set that we are chasing. We don't just take any request or application that comes, but we ask ourselves, does it meet the targets that we have committed to, which are part of our APP, and the targets are worked between us and the department, and the APP is approved by Parliament. And therefore, what we're chasing in terms of numbers is what actually is agreed in the entire space, including the approval of the APP by Parliament. But I think Namgabini will speak. So it's not a question on whether we can just have anything that we want to apply for. But the question, is it fitting to the plan? Is it addressing the targets that are set by the state to chase and achieve? Insofar as the double dipping, and I think you've answered, but I must also give you just more confidence on this. As we've developed this LMS, I think it's DUT now. DUT is working on what we call a data lake, which is going to be integral part of the ILMS, and it's part of the architecture of the ILMS. So the data lake it's DUT, right? So it's DUT. I'm correct. So that data lake, what it's going to do, it's going to make it possible for all the SETAs that will be onboarded into LMS, because already we are having discussions with other SETAs as well to onboard them into the LMS. We'll have a common data lake where it's not going to be practical for you to use these IDs twice for the same student. It will quickly raise a red flag. So we are already working on that aspect. So you will not have somebody getting into this program and then they jump and then go to another one, because it's going to be picked up elsewhere. That's the case. So it's still in its infancy, and it's going to be worked through and improved. On the issue we are proud that the board is finishing its term. We know the previous ones found it hard to get to the finish line. We are assuming that we are seeing the finish line now because we are still on the 19th and there's still a few days before the 31st. We believe nothing is going to happen that's calamitous between now and the 31st that will cause the board not to complete its term. So yeah, so I think we should be proud of that because that means a bit of stability. And once there's stability, management tends to be able to do their work when there's stability. But once there is no stability at a leadership level, it's going to be a problem. As they say, it all falls or stands by the leadership. So we think we have tried to ensure that there is stability. Lastly, so the issue about the budget and GNU, so whatever happens with the budget, but the levies, which is our income, the income of the cities comes from the levies. It's not going to stop that regime because there is still some boxing match that's happening in Parliament. It's not going to. We're still going to proceed with the levies, and I have not heard anyone saying they are planning a levy boycott. So we will still continue to have the, but to the what extent that does that levy, does the budget impact on the levy payers from, because the levies are collected via SARS, right? So that SARS is still functioning and will be appropriating the revenue that they're getting accordingly. But I'm also very confident that though I'm not updated because I'm not a politician, but I'm confident that they will find each other because at the end of the day, this what we are doing, however much there's disagreement, but then there's still one South African, we owe our allegiance here. And any delays in approving budgets are not going to impact well on all of us for that matter, whether you agree or you don't agree with the budget. It's going to be immaterial at some stage. And I think leaders of the country will indeed find each other. And I'm sure the president will prevail and get the parties to agree on how should we proceed forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colleagues, this brings us to our morning tea break. May I request that we take about a 10 to 15 minute comfort break and be back here to start at 11:25 sharp. Thank you.
Okay, all right. 1, 2. Re tla tlhoma modumo ngopedi, the interviews. Yeah. Yes. Re tla tlhoma modumo ngopedi, re a leboga. Ke a leboga. Tarobs.
I can hear more. Most more record I can. I want to you it's into fella that control.
Ka go tshwaela.
It's wrong. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Ay. Yes. Yes. Kopa music o sa o tsenya ne. Ba etsetsang ka diding e. Ha e tlo kena. Kebula e.
E tlo mo ye kong.
Ba spadisa diding tse.
Or spanka internal mics.
Ba spadisa e.
Di headphones di.
No, o nga se khone o utlwa mo camereng no. O utlwa eng? Ntse ke itutso bo. 2 1 2.
So e recorda mo.
Ya e recorda iso le iso fi. Mo camereng re tsa dale internal microphone. Ba go kae? Mo benning. Swara ge.
that are joining virtually. I'm sure their tea break was not as long as ours. Can I request that we get somebody to assist us from the MICT team to let delegates back in?
Don't worry, don't do too much.
Okay.
We'll do it after.
Yeah, after.
Okay.
Oh, the break
We'll
is
do it
over.
after. Yeah, the break
Okay.
is over.
Sound is okay online. We've received feedback that we are not audible. Thank you. I can bring everyone in and then close the doors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you will allow, I'm going to open up the second session of the program. The second part of this program contains updates and presentations from our core divisions, namely the Learning Programs Division, the Education, Training and Quality Assurance Division, and last but not least, our 4R division, which drives the development of future skills. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call upon Mr. Ernest Nemugabini. A lot of us in this room have engaged with him frequently. We understand the importance of his work, and him, after the CFO, seems to be the most important gentleman within the MICT SETA. So without further ado, please help me give him a round of applause as he makes his way up to the stage to deliver learning programs update. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning. Are you well? Thank you. I'm going to take you through the presentation which cover the set targets that we have for 2025-2026 financial year. Wunte have covered in terms of what are the criticals and skills that we need to respond to as we implement these programs that responds to employment and that assist our learners to participate in the economy, provided they are afforded relevant skills that are demand in the market. Our mandate is to implement the sector skills plan by implementing various programs that responds to the skills demand through the allocation of discretionary grants and also monitor the implementation of those programs that we have set as an organization. We normally spend 80% of the budget allocated to programs that responds to pivotal, which include your learnerships, your work integrated learning programs, short programs, as well as skills programs. Then we also allocate budget for non-pivotal programs. In the main, it's your internship programs. Then in terms of interventions, the first intervention, which is very, very key on our plan, it's a learnership program that assists learners with the qualifications. It's a combination of both theory and practicals. And at the end of the programs, learners are able to receive a full qualification that they can use that qualification to look for employment. As a SETA, we do have a list of registered learnerships, and we have also registered new qualifications within the 4R space that responds to the new digital skills demand, which have been informed by the fourth industrial revolutions. Then we have planned to train around 4,900 learners under that indicator, which is a learnership. It's one of our highest targets because the demand is always on this learnership, because even for large companies, for them to be able to claim good points in terms of BBE, it's when they enroll learners within the programs that are aligned to a qualification. Then the other intervention, which is very, very key, that assists our graduates that are coming from various universities. They do have qualification, but they need workplace experience so that they can be employable when they complete the program. We have planned to train 2,500 learners under graduate internship program in the 2025-2026 financial year. And in the main, the focus will be focusing on skills that are within our mandate. There are 21 SETAs in the country, and our mandate is within the media, advertising, information technology, telecommunications, and electronics, which means we need to train our learners within that space. We want to edge with all the stakeholders that are implementing our program, especially undergraduate internship program. Please focus on the programs that are within our subsector. Then the other intervention, which is very, very critical, is work integrated learning. There are universities, especially the University of Technologies, learners that are doing IT degrees or diplomas. In some of the qualification, it's a requirement for them to do workplace experience, for them to obtain their qualification. Then we have planned to train around 900 learners under university placement for those students that are studying maybe, for example, at Val University or TUT. For them to obtain their degree, they have to do in-service training. Then we have planned to train around 900 students. Then the other intervention, which is very, very key, is TVET students who have completed their vocational program at NQF level 6, and for them to be able to obtain the qualification, they have to be in a workplace doing workplace experience. We have planned to train 2,000 students under that indicator. Then short programs are very, very key. We have planned to train 1,300 students or graduates with the skills within the vendor-specific programs. We encourage stakeholders to recruit learners who are having post-matric qualifications, especially if you want to enroll them under CompTIA or Cisco's or Microsoft programs. Because what we have noted is that learners who are coming from matric, they battle with this program because of these programs are very, very intense by nature. They need someone who is having a post-matric qualification to be able to write those international exams. Then we have planned to train 1,300 students under that indicator. Then we also have a target under skills programs. Then we have planned to train 1,200 learners under that indicator. Then we do have a target that responds to recognition of prior learning, where you train your workers. You find that these workers, they know how to do their job, but they don't have a formal qualification. Maybe they've been working in a media company, they know how to operate a camera, but they don't have a formal qualification. Then you can assist these workers with the qualification through a recognition of prior learning interventions. Then we do have target that responds to TVET as well as CET. Then we're also going to support SME in terms of funding. We do have a target that responds to the support of SME in terms of DG funding. Then we also have an intervention that's going to respond to training of union workers within our subsectors. Then the next slide just demonstrates what we have done in the past 4 years in terms of learner enrollment. Then if you can see that you are really, really contributing to job creations. Although most of these programs, they do create fixed employment, like 6 months, 3 months, 12 months, but they do really, really make a difference to our young people. We really appreciate the collaborations for all the stakeholders that are really, really responding and train these learners in a way that when they finish this program, they can be employable. This just in terms of the budget. The budget for 2,000 learners is 70,000 per students, and we have budgeted 140 million to support that intervention. Then university placement, we've budgeted around 63 million to support that intervention. Same with internship, we've budgeted around 184 million to support the intervention. Skills program, we fund a skills program 40,400 per students. We have budgeted around 42 million to support that intervention. Same with learnership. It's one of the highest indicator. You can see that we have budgeted around 500,000 to support that interventions. The candidates program, the annual target is 99, and this target have to be implemented nationally. And the budget is around 6,930,000 to support this intervention. Then with short program, the cost per learner is 50,400, including grant and allowance. Then we've budgeted around 65 million to respond to this intervention. I can see stakeholders are taking notes to write these numbers. Give me the totals once we reach the end of the presentation. Yeah. We're going to have a very short exam. Then, for bursaries, one of the interventions that we do is to support students that are studying programs that are within our subsectors, and we offer them bursaries for tuition fees as well as accommodations, so that they can be able to study in various universities. Then we've budgeted around 40 million to support 450 students for the academic year 2025. Then there will be those that have been supported in the previous financial year, will be continuing in the current academic year, which is 2025. We have budgeted 20 million to support those students that are continuing with their studies. We also have an intervention that responds to AET learners. The planned target is around 77. We didn't cost that intervention because it depends on the intervention that they are implementing. If we are training learners under skills program, the budget will be in line with the skills program cost. If we are training CET learners under learnerships, then the budget will be in line with the learnership cost as well. We also have bursaries for employed workers, and we have planned to support 85 workers in 2025-2026 financial year. In terms of rural development, we have planned to implement 60 projects that are going to be implemented in rural areas in 2025-2026 financial year. Then we have planned to support 250 SME with skills development funding for the 2025-2026 financial year. Our financial year starts in April this year. Then one of the interventions which we have noted that it's really changing the life of young people around corporate development. We have a target that is focusing on assisting learners that are doing our program to be assisted to start up their cooperatives. Because what we have noted is that not every learner that completes our program wants to be an employee like myself. Some of these learners, they want to start their own enterprise and participate in the economy. Then we got an intervention to support that for 200 learners that have to start cooperatives in 2025-2026 financial year. Then we also have an intervention where we train learners on how to start businesses. Then we also have a target that responds to that in the current financial year. We have planned to enroll 200 learners that are going to be trained under new ventures so that they can learn on how to start businesses, especially within the media, ICT, telecommunication, and electronic space, so that we can produce more SME within that are coming from our young people who are participating on this program. In terms of NGO, we've planned to support 150 NGO with various skills development interventions through funding. We've also planned to support intervention that responds to union, where union are going to be trained on various skills development, either short programs or vendor programs. Then the target is around 250 union workers that are going to be trained in 2025-2026 financial year. With regards to TVET, we got a target that responds to TVET lectures development. We have planned to capacitate 100 lecturers on various skills development within our subsector. We also have intervention that responds to bursaries for the lecturers and bursaries for the CET lecturers as well, that we have planned in the 2025-2026 financial year. We have planned to have 14 collaborative partnerships with TVET, and we have planned 9 partnerships with CET colleges. Same with universities. Then this is our update for 2025-2026 DG window. Last year, around June, the SETA published a DG window, and we invite stakeholders to respond to that call, which they did. Then the graph illustrates in terms of numbers that we have received in terms of applications. Out of 1998, only 1708 stakeholders were able to submit their application successfully. And 290 applications are still in progress even today. They were not submitted successfully. Our advice is that as we open the DG window as a SETA, please, normally the window is published for 30 days. You got 30 days to respond to the call. Don't wait until the last hour and start to submit all these compliance documents. Then you will end up missing the deadline. Then in terms of this graph, it just demonstrates in terms of number of applications that we have received per province. Then you can see Gauteng is the highest in terms of applications that have been submitted to the SETA during that DG window, followed by KZN, then you got Limpopo, you got Eastern Cape, and Western Cape as well, in terms of number of stakeholders that were able to submit their application successfully. Then the next graph demonstrates in terms of percentage of stakeholders that have been shortlisted for site vetting. Then you can see that Gauteng have been allocated 46.51% in terms of 2025-2026 DG window. Then I believe there might be stakeholders that are coming from Free State. Then it's 4.81% that have been allocated for that province. Same with Northwest, 3.87%, Mpumalanga, 3.24% of number of learners that have been allocated for site vetting for those provinces. What we have noted in the 2025-26 DG window, it was highly oversubscribed. Our budget is around 1 billion. Then you can see the red pie graph indicate 41 billion and some odd numbers of applications that have been received in the 2025-2026 DG window. Then for those who have done economics, there is principle around a law of demand, law of supply. There is principle that the higher the demand, the lower the supply. That's the challenge that we are facing as a SETA. The demand is high, and we've got a limited budget to respond to each and every stakeholders who have responded to the call. Then the next slide demonstrates in terms of number of learners that have been requested by the stakeholder in the last DG window. You can see that the number of learners that have been requested by the stakeholders versus what have been allocated, there's no alignment here. The demand is high compared to what we can do as an organization. The stakeholders have requested to implement around 700 and odd numbers in terms of number of learners that they want to implement. And in line with our budget, annually we can only train around 13,000 learners. That's the annual target of the learners that we can train in line with the budget that have been allocated. If you can see there, it's around 700,000 learners that are requested by the sector versus 13,000 learners that we can afford to fund as an organization. Then I'll take you through the process around DG process. The first step is for the SETA to open a DG window and advertise on our website and invite stakeholders to respond to the call. And normally on the advert will reflect all these targets that I've presented to say under internship is 2,000 learners, under university placement, 900 learners, graduate internship program, 2,500, TVET placement, 2,000, skills program, 1.2, short program, 1.3. Those are the annual targets that are in line with the budget. And normally, as we advertise, we reflect those numbers that we're supposed to implement in line with the annual performance plan, which is informed by the budget that we have as an organization. Then from there, you need to respond to those interventions and indicate the number of learners that you are looking for, and the SETA respond in line with those numbers in terms of APP. And what we have noted is that always from the stakeholder side, the demand is very, very high. Some stakeholders, they request more than 50,000 learners alone as a stakeholders to implement those programs. And if you look at the targets that we have, it's a challenge to respond to such a request. Then your application gets reviewed and evaluated, then shortlisted. Those that are shortlisted, we deploy advisors to go and conduct site vetting just to check if you do have capacity to implement the program that you have requested. Then the advisors will write a report to confirm what they've observed during the site vetting. Then from there, the internal process, verification of compliance document. Then for those qualifying stakeholders, then the SETA enter into a service level agreement so that you can start implementing the program. For those stakeholders that have been shortlisted, please don't recruit learners until you receive a service level agreement. All the stakeholders that are being vetted now are shortlisted. They are not yet approved. It's just like when you are shortlisted for an interview, you have not yet get the job. You've just been shortlisted for an interview. Then you have to wait for the entire interview process to be finalized. Then let's wait for the whole process to be finalized. Then when you receive the service level agreement, that's where you can start to implement the program. And one of the things that you need to do before you sign the service level agreement, please let's read the terms and conditions that are there on the contract. Because what we have noted is that the stakeholders are more interested on the last page of the contract. If the zeros balance, everything is fine. Then let's also look at the content of the contract in terms of what are the criteria in terms of recruitment, what type of learners are you supposed to recruit, so that when you submit document, the SETA does not send back those submissions to say your submission is not compliant, because you'll be recruiting learners who are in a tourism sector, you are recruiting teachers, you are recruiting securities. There are sisters that are responsible for that sector. We are responsible for the media, advertising, telecommunication, electronics. Please recruit learners in line with our subsectors so that we can respond to those critical and skill shortages that we have presented. Then from there, then you can start implementing the program after our advisors have conducted the induction. Learners are inducted, you are inducted as well. Then you can start implementing the program. What is key is that before you submit any document, please audit your submission so that there are no delays in terms of SETA sending back your submission. It delays the processing of payments and it affects the smooth running of the program, because learners, they are not going to attend if they are not paid their stipend, because they have to travel from home to the workplace centers. Then let's ensure that we quality review our submissions. The other thing that you must also assist us, we have noted that we do have learners that are attending various programs in the same financial year. You've got a learner who's doing a learnership, same learner is doing a short program with another service provider. Same learner is doing an internship program with another service provider, which shows that as stakeholders, we are not monitoring the attendance of these learners. Because if you are monitoring the attendance, you'll be able to pick up that this learner is attending somewhere. Then let's monitor that. Let's ensure that learners sign daily attendance register, and please have meetings with these learners so that they can understand that the purpose of the program is not about stipend, it's about their personal development. Because those that are not attending, they are not supposed to be paid because they were not attending. But you need to return the money back to the SETA that you didn't pay to those learners. Then quarterly we conduct site visits, and our advisors will be there to monitor the smooth running of the project. Then you are able to track your payments online because we are migrating from the manual process to online system. You'll be able to track your payments online. You'll be able to see the status of your payment, whether the payment is still with the administrator or it has been escalated to the manager until the payment is processed. Then the other thing that we also want to encourage stakeholders to do is to set up LRC for the learners to manage the implementation program. Have an LRC where learners who are part of that committee attend, so that if learners they are having an issue, they escalate to the LRC. If the LRC is failing to address the issues, then they will be able to escalate to yourself. Then if the problem is around non-payment, you are the one who's not paying the stipend, then the LRC chairperson will escalate that query to the SETA so that the SETA can intervene and assist. And we want to encourage stakeholders to comply with the terms and conditions of the SLA. Please, let's ensure that as soon as you receive the money from the SETA, please pay your learners. There are some basic accounting principles like fixed cost. You need to have a budget where you lock all your fixed costs so that you'll be able to pay your learners on time. Normally, we advance stipend that can cover you 2 months or 3 months. Make sure that you lock that budget so that every month you'll be able to pay your learners. Then there are a few challenges. The acting CEO and the chair have already alluded to these challenges. I believe that the stakeholders will address those issues going forward. We have experienced submission of fraudulent documents. When stakeholders are being vetted, they submit incorrect information. Please, let's ensure that we submit correct information so that we don't have challenges of implementing these programs. Then in terms of contacts, these are the email address. If you got any queries pertaining to the implementation of the program, then you can escalate your query to Ernest and Athalia. Anything to do with DG queries, don't escalate to Ernest and Athalia. Use DG queries at mict.org.za. There are dedicated officials that are monitoring that email, and they will be able to respond to your call. If you are not happy with the outcome that you have received through the DG window, you can go on system and lodge an appeal. There is a process where you can lodge your appeal and submit your appeal. There is a committee that is responsible for reviewing all the appeals that get submitted to the SETA. It's grant review at mict.org.za. You can send your email to that grant review committee, or you can go online and lodge your appeal online. Then the committee that deal with the appeal, they will be able to attend to your matter and respond to their query. You don't have to come to the office and ask all the staff, I want to know the outcome of my applications. I want to know why I was not allocated. Let's follow the internal process so that your matter can be addressed by the relevant structure that are responsible for such issues. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Ernest, for your detailed presentation. I think the key takeouts have given us a clear understanding in terms of what the critical role of our learning programs play in terms of actually achieving our skills development objectives. Ernest took us through the 2025-2026 predetermined objectives, and I think it also becomes a stark reminder that our work is not just about the present. It's about planning for the future, and these objectives act as our roadmap in responding to our annual performance plan. And these specific indicators that are outlined there and attached to them are what ensures that we remain focused and, importantly, accountable. So I think the key thing here is in responding to upcoming, DG windows, is that we need to, as stakeholders, be responsive to what the requirements set highlight. So it's quite important that we align our efforts with the predetermined objectives in order to maximize impact and ensure that our resources are used effectively. As Ernest also highlighted and outlined, the budget allocated for the interventions in the 2025-2026 financial year are a significant investment in our collective future. And he also gave us quite an important lesson on supply and demand, highlighting that our programs are oversubscribed, and it seems our learning programs are like the latest smartphone. Everybody wants their hands on them, but there's not enough in the market to keep the demand. But seriously, I think this is just a testament of the value and the impact of these initiatives, and I think it collectively challenges us to find innovative ways to scale our efforts. With that in mind, I'm going to call upon the next speaker, Ms. Natalie Nelson, who's our Senior Manager for Education Training and Quality Assurance, to take us through those updates. Thank you. May we please give her a round of applause as she comes up stage?
Thank you, Ms. Mashikiza. Chairperson of the Board, Simpiwe Topela. Acting CEO, Bunhle Mokoena, the executive team of the MICT SETA, and you, our valued and esteemed stakeholders, thank you for joining us today. My role today is to give you a brief update on where we are in terms of ETQA, particularly our function as a quality partner as well as a development partner as delegated by the QCTO. I think it would be prudent, colleagues, for me to just take you through our core function, and that is to literally build the bridge between what Ms. Mokoena outlined in her SSP and then in terms of the work that is done in and through LPD, through the development of qualifications, the accreditation of skills development providers, the registration of assessors, moderators, subject matter experts, the training site approval for your various sites where you actually implement, the quality assurance and provider monitoring processes for implementation of your training programs, the exit verification process for the historical training programs, and ultimately the certification of learners and the loading of the learner information onto the National Learner Records database. So just in terms of what we'll cover, we'll focus on the transitional arrangements. Colleagues, I think many of us are au fait in terms of the transitional arrangements. We've taken you through this over the past, 3 years in terms of the stakeholder engagement sessions that we've hosted, but it's prudent to give you an update in terms of the new government gazettes that have been issued in June and then December respectively. The registered occupational qualifications, so you understand what's available for you to become an accredited SDP with the QCTO. We are going to cover then the process of registering our occupational qualifications as learnerships. we are going to cover subject matter expert registration, and this is quite a sticky one. We receive a lot of questions around, well, what is the process? What's the difference between an assessor and a moderator and a subject matter expert in the process of occupational qualifications? The accreditation process for occupational qualifications, we're going to provide you on the update on the tariffs in terms of the tariffs that were initially tabled by the QCTO, I think sometime in February. Learning and workplace learning and workplace approval, ESA center updates, qualification and ESA implementation, and then we're going to cover RPL. We've included RPL into this presentation because it was something that was requested during the Eastern Cape Roadshow. A very critical question was asked about those who have the experience in the industry but don't necessarily have the qualifications and how they can become involved in the occupational qualification process. Then we're going to cover certificate reprints, our capacitation schedule. You'd note, colleagues, that we run monthly sessions to capacitate you on the different programs that are happening within ETQA and any changes as instituted by the QCTO, and then the QCTO evaluation dates. These are important, colleagues, so that you understand the process. Once you have been allocated to the SETA in terms of your site visits, the reports and the push from the SETA to receive the necessary documentation on time, why it's so important, because they go into those evaluation committees. So just in terms of the transitional arrangements, we all know that in terms of the qualification sub-framework, we now sit with the occupational qualification sub-framework. Previously, we could only develop qualifications up to and including NQF level 6. With this new delegation, we can develop qualifications up to and including NQF level 8. And I think, colleagues, that creates a great career path for anybody who is involved with more vocational type programs. And vocational, we mean the ability to do versus just the academic aspects of qualifications. So this gives articulation for career pathing. It also then allows us to be able to say, well, students who've completed programs up to and including NQF level 6 on the OQSF, what is their ability to migrate then into the Council for Higher Education, which is then your traditional university system? And furthermore, how can TVET college learners then move into the OQSF and further move into the traditional training system? So just in terms of the transitional arrangements and the timeline, we've given you a roadmap on where we started. So we initially had the ministerial determination, and that basically indicated the last date of registration for our qualifications to be then the 30th of June 2023, meaning all the pre-2009 or the legacy qualifications came to an end and expired. The SETA can no longer accredit you on those qualifications. So all accreditation must go through, your applications must go through the QCTO. The second thing that happened was we were issued with the Government Gazette 50742. That was in June of last year. That Gazette basically just indicated that the last date of enrollment would be further extended up to and including either June 2025 or 2026. The SETA stance at the time was to say that it would be up to and including June 2025 because we had realigned all of the historical qualifications. And in our view, we really were of the view that certainly these qualifications would have been registered on the NQF already at that stage. Unfortunately, they are still under evaluation by the QCTO and SAQA. And for that reason, we have now looked at extending that up to and including the 30th of June 2026. So what does this mean for you as a training service provider? If you have previously applied for an extension letter and you've received it that says up to and including June 2025, you'll automatically then receive a letter that says 30th of June 2026. If you have not yet applied, there's a process that we'll explain in a slide that's coming up on where you would then actually request for this extension letter. We then had a subsequent gazette, and that was issued in December of 2024, and that gazette basically said the minister, honourable minister, indicated that SAQA CEO as well as the CEO of QCTO could finally make the determination on whether or not they could extend certain qualifications or would extend certain qualifications. Now, colleagues, I think I want to pause here and really talk around the business analysis qualification at NQF level 5 and 6. We have realigned that qualification in the 2021-2022 financial year. And we did that with the help of what we termed the subject matter experts or the community of expert practitioners. Subsequent to the registration of the qualification, we were then engaged by industry to say the qualifications actually don't meet the outcomes. They don't specifically focus on business analysis. Now, colleagues, while we are tasked with the responsibility of realigning qualifications, particularly in terms of the format, we are not subject matter experts. I'm not a data analyst myself. And I think there are a lot of people involved in the process, particularly from a QCTO and a SETA perspective, who are not data analysts. So we rely on industry for your expertise and knowledge to ensure that the qualifications are reflective of what is expected of someone who is a business analyst when they exit the program. Once they've completed the workplace module, once they've successfully completed the ESA, what do you expect them to be able to do? So we want to implore you, we are going to redevelop that qualification. If you are involved in the ICT sector, please join us in the development of this qualification. It is critical. I must also indicate that there are huge amounts of money spent in terms of the development of qualifications. And so if we develop qualifications that are not fit for purpose, they just become white elephants. So it's really important that we have your support in terms of the development of these qualifications so that we do not sit with the skills mismatch. We then moved into the accreditation tariffs, and I think this was indicated by the QCTO in their sessions that were held in February. There was a lot of concern around this particular matter and the costs associated with it. The proceeding slides will actually indicate the SETA's approach to dealing with this matter. The next, we had an enrollment extensions, and I think I've covered this in terms of the last date of enrollment from the SETA perspective, being the 30th of June 2026. And then lastly, further extensions, the QCTO and SACWA allowed then for further extensions. Now, colleagues, there are 3 qualifications that we have received a request for extension on. It's the sound technology, the radio station management, as well as then the systems development qualifications. And those are the only 3 qualifications we've received the request for extension on. So those are the ones that we've submitted to the QCTO, as well as SACWA, to say, please, can we have these qualifications extended in terms of the last date of enrollment. That's not to say that these qualifications have not been realigned yet. They have. The sound technology is an occupational qualification that sits on the NQF already. And further to that, if we look at the throughput, meaning the certification rate, it's quite low on the national certificate. However, we have taken the matter, as I said, to the relevant parties, and we await their feedback in terms of this. So just in terms of enrollments, this is a broadcast just for you to know. Important to note, I want to pivot to bullet point number 3. That just indicates the application form where you can then request for your extension letter. This will be available, the presentation will be available and loaded onto our website, so you will be able to actually access this link. It currently also sits on our website under stakeholder information. So you'd be able to request at this stage already. Colleagues, please note that all of these application forms that we are using, the manual forms, will no longer be active as of the 31st of March 2025. This is because we have already launched the ETQA module. We ran our workshops during the course of August and September and sometime in October last year. We came into all the regions and did practical training on how to implement and how to utilize the learner management system. If you missed those sessions, we do monthly updates on those sessions as well. We do it online. We are looking into post-June actually doing the physical regional site visits, because we do understand that we would be onboarding new STPs and they would need to understand how to utilize our system. I then want to move into the last point on this presentation, which just talks about the fact that you may request for an extension letter. However, if you request for it and your new address or physical site address has changed, there is a requirement for site approval. So the link in that bullet point is basically the link that indicates site approval. We cannot issue you with a letter of extension until we fully vetted your site to ensure that it is compliant for the learners and safe for them to actually be trained on. This is just the list of qualifications that have been extended under the transitional arrangements, and so I'm just happy to indicate that the last two are the business analysis qualifications that have now been included, so a total of 32 qualifications. If you are accredited for these qualifications, you're welcome to then request for an extension letter. If you are not accredited for these qualifications, you will not be issued with an extension letter, colleagues. So just in terms of the process, we've just highlighted it. So you request for the extension letter using that online link. We then evaluate your application for compliance. So we're going to send you a link. You'll send us the necessary documentation. We'll vet it. Once that has been done, we will ultimately issue you with a letter. If not, if there's a site change, we would necessarily do the site change and the site approval. Colleagues, please ensure that you send us the correct document. My colleague Ernest also spoke around fraudulent documentation. We are receiving a lot of that. Colleagues have gone to the extent of cutting out the stamps for commissioners of oaths and being very creative and attaching it to their new documents. Please, colleagues, refrain from such practice. It is fraud, and the SETA takes it very, very seriously. It will go through the necessary processes outlined in our accreditation policy, which could lead then to suspension and ultimately de-accreditation. So please, colleagues, let's do the right thing. And then the site accreditation takes place, and ultimately you are issued with your extension letter. We say that the estimated time frame is 40 days, but it's dependent on both the SETA as well as the STP. We receive your documentation on time. We can vet your site on time. So there are times where we ask to vet your site and you say, I'm unavailable for site vetting. And then the day that you are available, you contact your advisor and say, oh, I'm available. Colleagues, we are inundated at this point in time in terms of our function as a quality partner as well as a development partner under the occupational process, and then phasing out as well of the historical qualifications. So it's really important to note that if you have not communicated at least a week ahead of time your unavailability, your site visit is going to go back onto the schedule and will be reallocated for a time when the advisor is available. So please, colleagues, let's work together so that we're able to ensure that you have what you need on time. In terms of our registered occupational programs, we're noting there are about 12 programs that have been registered. The animation qualifications, about 5 of them have also been registered. If you go onto the SAQA website, you will find them listed under the MICT SETA as the quality partner. However, they've not yet been loaded onto the QCTO website. So they will be doing that at the end of the quarter as they update at the end of the quarter. Just let me touch on learning materials where this is concerned. So we did commit to the development of learning materials. Now that we have received approval of these qualifications, we've embarked on the process of development of learning materials. We have prioritized in batches, particularly leaning into then the historical qualifications with the highest uptake. So for example, if we have a look at the cluster of skills programs, end user computing, those were possibly the most important ones with the highest uptake. So those are the qualifications we've started developing, with the skills programs and the learning materials that we've started developing already. You can anticipate your first batch of learning materials that will be ready on the learner management system for you to download if you are an accredited provider for these programs by probably the end of June. Colleagues, these learning materials are free, so please don't go selling them to other SDPs. They are free of charge. The SETA has committed to doing that. So this is just the list of occupational programs that are in evaluation with QCTO. If you have a look at the first or the third column on the left-hand side, you'd see that it lists the qualification, the previous qualification or the historical qualification, and then the last column on the right-hand side indicates the occupational title and what we have realigned it into. Also noting that the final naming convention on the occupational title is not necessarily something that the SETA would finally recommend. It is finally something that is recommended by the QCTO and SAQA as well. So if you go onto the SAQA website and look at the previous qualification, it'll tell you it is replaced by this qualification with the qualification number. So then the question becomes, these occupational programs, once they are registered, what happens? We obviously, as per Ernest's presentation, he indicates that certainly there are targets in terms of learnerships. So in order for him to meet those targets and for us collectively as an ecosystem to meet those targets, we need to then register these occupational qualifications as learnerships. And this is just to indicate the process. As we note, some providers are frustrated with the process. So just to indicate, the process starts with the MICT SETA, where we complete the necessary application forms. The QCTO evaluates our application, provides us with feedback. If there are any gaps, the gaps are then closed, and they make a final recommendation to DHET. There's then registration by DHET and ultimately the issuance of a learnership number. We're looking at a total of 90 days there. This has been our experience in terms of the registration of these learnerships. However, we understand that it could be a shorter period of time. We have then already started the process in terms of 6 of our core programs being realigned or being registered as learnerships. Subject matter expert registration. So what is a subject matter expert? It is an assessor and a moderator in the historical training sense. So a subject matter expert is someone who has inherent skill, knowledge, embedded knowledge around a particular subject. For the purposes of this presentation, we've looked at cloud computing. So I'm going to take you directly to the next slide. So the Cloud Administrator Curriculum document basically indicates to you what the core requirements are for you to be registered as a subject matter expert. So it says in the second point within the table that the qualification requirements for subject matter expert registration includes an NQF industry recognized qualification plus 1 year IT experience. It then also talks about vendor certification. And leaning into vendor certification, I want to pivot to then the point, the second bullet point on this slide, which then talks around if under the vendor certification, it says cybersecurity, for instance, you could do vendor certification with Microsoft, with CompTIA, with AWS, with any of those vendors. Also important to note here that you would need the actual certification. Colleagues, also just for sharing purposes, if you pivot to Microsoft Learn, you will find a lot of these certifications or a lot of these programs are available free of charge. So you can actually be trained on Microsoft Learn, particularly on these certifications. However, at the end of the process, you would then need to pay for the certification fee. So I think it's something like $99 that you would pay in comparison to actually going to a full program with another training service provider. So this is very important to note, colleagues, that the SETA does not make up the requirements in terms of subject matter expert registration, but the curriculum document does. And who develops the curriculum document? It is the SETA with the subject matter experts when we develop the qualification. So it is you who indicate to us what a subject matter expert should be. That's just the process. It's quite a similar process to assessors and moderators. So it starts with the SETA. So this module is online and it's active. You start with our LMIS system. You submit your application. There is evaluation. Then there's a recommendation. Through the evaluation process, if there are gaps, again, you are engaged on the gaps. You're given 21 working days in which to close the gaps, colleagues. If we do not receive feedback from you or the gaps are not closed within the 21 working days, we close your application and you'll be required to resubmit the application. Once you have submitted and you've closed the gaps or your application is compliant, there's a recommendation that is made. We have final approval and registration and then the issuance of your letter. We're looking at a total of 30 days. If all of the gaps are closed, all of the documentation is in place. Also remember, there was a presidential determination in 2020 that in fact the validity period for your certified documents moved from 3 months to 6 months. So you can utilize documents that have been certified within the 6-month period. Anything beyond that, you would need to have those documents then certified or recertified. And this is not cutting out the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, colleagues. So recognition of prior learning, one of the questions we received in PE was particularly linked to, I have the skills. The guy actually used a phrase called autodidact. And that basically just means that I'm an expert in a particular field. I've garnered these expertise over a particular period, but I don't have the actual skill. I don't have the certification to prove or qualifications to prove how to do this. So we've included recognition of prior learning in here to just give you a view to it. The SETA has actually got a signed off recognition of prior learning framework. So this is just around formalizing your learning. So we indicate what it is. So it's just the process that you would follow to have your learning recognized, and you could do it for different things, for access, for an admission, and for credits, and then further development, as well as then ultimately for certification. And through this process, we look at things like your skills, your knowledge, your experience, your expertise, and we match it against the relevant curriculum to say whether you are at 80%, 90% of the knowledge, and if it's 80% or 90%, what is the remainder of the 20%, and how can we actually close the gap where this is concerned. So who's responsible in this process of RPL? Various parties. If you have a look at any of the occupational qualifications under the QCTO, they make reference then to RPL. So the QCTO is a key stakeholder involved in this process. STPs are involved in this process. SETAs, RPL candidates, practitioners, and then quality partners noted to be the SETAs. So just in terms of the process for you as training service providers, what you would need to do is once the learner has approached you in terms of the need for wanting RPL, you would then ask the learner to generate the evidence, the corresponding evidence to prove that they can gain entry and access into the qualification. Then you would advise them, you would evaluate and you would advise them and say, you're only at 50% of the knowledge. I would strongly recommend that you actually go on to the full program, or we can develop a tailor-made program for you for this implementation. Ultimately, once that's done, once the training has been implemented, once the gaps have been closed, the assessment process happens through you as the SDP, and then finally the outcome is given to the learner in terms of recording their competence against the outcomes. And finally, the reporting then to the various bodies. Previously, it used to be the SETA, now it is specifically the QCTO. So that is the process. The SETA is tasked also with then developing an RPL toolkit. This was not a requirement at the time that we developed the qualifications initially, and that's why we're looking backwards or retrospectively. We are developing RPL toolkits, and those will then also be available to you as part of the learning materials, colleagues, so that you could actually know the process and have a set, uniform, solid process around how to conduct RPL for our qualifications. So this is just the process for the learner and how that would be undertaken. Just in terms of the occupational accreditation process, important note, and I think our acting CEO has already thanked the chairperson of the board, but I think it's important for us to thank the chairperson of the board again, as well as then board members, for basically engaging with the QCTO around the tariffs. We note, colleagues, when the tariffs were initially tabled and communicated, the SETAs were really concerned, particularly the MICT SETA was really concerned around access for our rural providers as well as SMMEs. You note initially that the QCTO indicated that from the 1st of April, you would be required for each application to make a payment of 6,500 Rand for each application that you made. Then through the chairperson of the board, the engagement with the CEO of QCTO, as well as the council, that has now been reduced to 2,500 Rand, colleagues. So I think the SETA definitely, and the chairperson of the board and board members deserve a round of applause for that. And then in terms of part qualifications and skills programs, from 2,500 to 1,000 Rand per part qualification. Colleagues, important to note, this must be paid directly to the QCTO. They will issue you with an invoice. You must pay the QCTO, not a representative of a representative of a representative of the QCTO. Please note, there are lots of scams going out there. Be very careful in terms of this and engage directly with the QCTO where this is concerned. This is just the occupational accreditation process. Wherever you see a red number, that's where the QCTO is responsible. Anything in white is where we are responsible as a SETA. So your application starts with QCTO. You submit your application online. They do the desktop vetting, and then secondly, they ultimately give us a list of compliant providers. Colleagues, we cannot start the process of site visit unless we have a list of compliant providers. I know many of you are frustrated with the process because you applied probably 6 or 7 months back. Unfortunately, if we have not yet received your application, we cannot action in terms of a site evaluation. And so you would need to follow up directly with the QCTO in terms of your initial application and the outcome of your desktop evaluation. But once we have received it, we allocate it then to our advisors, who then come out, conduct your site visit, just to ensure that what was documented in terms of the desktop compliance report matches what they actually physically see on site. A report is generated. Previously, the QCTO allowed for STPs to sign off on the report. Now there's no requirement for the STP to sign off on the report. You will, however, be sent the report by your advisor. That'll give you an indication of whether your accreditation is recommended or not. Again, the SETA has taken the stance that we are going to give you 21 working days to close the gaps. If we do not receive the necessary documentation to prove that the gaps have been closed, your application will be closed and then communicated to the QCTO as well. In terms of the total process from step 1 to step 5, the QCTO say it is a total of 90 days, with 45 days allocated to the SETA. But again, those 45 days are dependent on both of us, the MICT SETA or the SETA, and you as the provider, for ensuring that your site visit is 100% compliant, firstly, and secondly, if there are any gaps, that those gaps are closed within the 21-day period. Then, colleagues, just moving into workplace learning and workplace approval, you'd note the structure of the QCTO qualifications have 3 key components: knowledge, practical, and workplace. Knowledge and practical can be integrated, meaning that the tasks that you do at the knowledge level can be integrated with tasks and the outcomes linked to then the practical. However, the workplace is a different ballgame altogether. It is a mandatory, compulsory requirement that students are placed in a workplace that aligns to what the outcomes, the exit level outcomes of the qualification specifically stipulates. It is critical that this happens. If you're not able to place a learner in the workplace and have a mentor actually mentor them and sign off on the logbook, unfortunately, we will not be able to issue you with a statement of results for your knowledge, practical, and workplace modules, which then allows the learner to gain entry into the final written exam or assessment, which is then termed the External Integrated Summative Assessment. I'm not going to belabor the point on what workplace learning is. I'm sure you'd be able to go through the presentation, but in a nutshell, it is a combination and an integration of what you've learned at theory, what you have simulated through practical, and practically applied within the workplace. So there are just different types of workplace learning. It can be a mixture of formal, non-formal, and informal. The QCTO requires a mixture of this, but in terms of the compulsory aspect, the first one takes precedence around the formal aspect. A structured process, it can be classroom-based, but it's also instructor-led. It also then looks at having workplace mentors within the specific workplaces, the conceptual knowledge allocated separate from actual work that they need to do, and it's curriculum-based and certified. So the curriculum document and the assessment specification document tells you what the learner needs to do in the workplace. Right, so when a learner is in the workplace, it's important to know the difference between whether a learner needs someone who's going to handhold them or someone that is just going to guide them through the process. And so we've added the slide to just give you a clear indication of what the difference is, because as you continue to implement the programs, you'll find learners that are faster, learners that are slower. You need to be able to place the learners in the workplace with corresponding workplace mentors. So none of the learners are left behind. None of the learners must not be certificated at the end of the process, colleagues. So this just gives you an indication of where we are. So this is the workplace approval requirements. The process starts and ends with the SETA. So you do your online application on our learner management system. Once your desktop evaluation has been completed, it's allocated to a advisor. They come out and conduct the site visit. The 21-day working day turnaround time for closing of gaps still applies. Ultimately, then the report is presented to our internal accreditation committee, who makes a recommendation to the CEO, and once that is signed off, you receive a workplace approval letter. Please do not place learners in workplaces that have not been registered with the SETA. We would not be able to issue out the statements of results where this is concerned. Now, I know many of you have already undertaken the process already in terms of accreditation. The QCTO does allow for the MOU to be in place, certainly, but before the learner is placed in the workplace, please start the process. In fact, if you're already accredited, find workplaces and have the learners placed. The question we were asked, can I be a skills development provider, an ESA center, and a workplace? Yes, you can. You're just going to have to create the lines of delineation or the segregation of responsibilities where these are concerned. ESA accreditation, so colleagues, just an update in terms of this. ESA is the last process. So I did mention that we look at SORs at the end, and those SORs are quite important because it says that the learner is now ready to gain access into the completion of the external integrated summative assessment. So you then become the center that the SETA utilizes in terms of the implementation of the ESAs. We are the quality partner, the assessment quality partner, and then the QCTO still remain our principals in terms of the oversight of the full implementation. I'm not going to cover this slide. I think we all have an understanding of the slide, but it's also available in terms of the presentation. These are just the requirements, legislative requirements in terms of becoming an assessment center, and it's quite similar to that of becoming a skills development provider. So if you've passed the stage of becoming an SDP already occupationally accredited, the likelihood is that you would then move into becoming an ESA center. So just to indicate the ratio of ESA centers, Gauteng is, Limpopo is currently leading in terms of percentage. 43% of our ESA centers rest within the Limpopo region. Gauteng, we're looking at a total of 20%. And if we look at the ratios, colleagues, of what we should be seeing 60% to 70% of ESA centers available. If we do not see that, where are we going to exit the learners? Where are they going to do these assessments? Where and how? So we're going to continue to sit with the backlog of not having students certificated, and again, the skills mismatch. So please, colleagues, we want to implore you to please, specifically then go and have a look at the process of becoming an ESA center and register to become an ESA center. So this is just the application process. Once again, everything in red is the QCTO. Your application starts with them. It moves into then submission of the documents, desktop compliance, allocation to the MICT SETA. We conduct your site visit. We generate your report. Ultimately, that report, once it's generated, serves at our committee, and we then make the final recommendation where this is concerned to the QCTO, and they then process at the dates that we are going to show you in the later stage of the presentation. So many of you have asked around the ESA calendar, when are we doing the ESAs? So colleagues, in order for the learner to be able to sit for the ESA, you need to ensure that the learner is registered with the QCTO for the ESA 90 days prior to the sitting of the ESA. 90 days, colleagues, 3 months prior to the sitting of the ESA. So if we have a look at the third last column in terms of, or the second last column from the right, it basically indicates the registration closing date. So there's 2 dates, April and September, all the way down. And then the second one, or the third last column from the right, talks around the date of the ESA. This is just based on the number of learners that we have enrolled on qualifications at this point from QCTO. This is subject to change. The more learners that we have enrolled in the programs, you would see the ESA calendar changing to reflect that. And this is also available on our website. So here I'm not going to spend too much time, but this just talks about the question that we asked: how do we implement occupational qualifications, POT qualifications? Colleagues, there is a Road to Success document that is available. It is available on the QCTO website. The document does indicate the link there, and it just talks about what needs to happen. So firstly, you have the learner enrollment with the QCTO. The SETA does not enroll learners at this stage on the occupational qualifications until we are given the delegation to do so by the QCTO. The second one is your implementation of the knowledge and the practical, and then the SETA comes out and does the provider monitoring and quality assurance as the third step. We then move into the fourth step, which is the final quality assurance of both of those modules, and then we move into the ESA registrations, the 90 days. And then your final ESA where you actually do the ESA or write the ESA, and then certification at the end of the process. In terms of certificates, the SETA is responsible for paying for the certificates of the learners who complete the occupational qualifications process. Previously, you as service providers were responsible for that, and I think that the SETA does deserve a round of applause for carrying those costs as well. Ultimately, then moving into skills programs. So the difference between the skills programs and the full programs is simply that you only do a final integrated summative assessment where the skills program is concerned. And that is administered by you as the STP colleagues. So we are basically saying that right at the end of the process, stage 4, you would need to do then that supervised FISA. Much like how we're going to do the ESA, where students would sit possibly in a session like this and complete the ESA, they would do the same with the FISA, depending on the outcomes of the qualification. Of course, for more technical qualifications, you would have a technical outcome, and I think that links back to what our acting CEO indicated in a presentation, particularly around artisan programs. Certainly, there are a few of our qualifications that have artisanal outcomes, and we are then looking into, well, how does the SETA pivot that into the components of that into then specifically NAMB, so that we can look at finally getting learners red sealed right at the end. And then certification. Colleagues, I want to talk about a point around certificate reprints. So last year we printed about 26,000 certificates. Of those 26,000, 46% of them were incorrectly printed. And this was based on the data that we receive from you. So this is an incorrect name, spelling of name, surname, ID number, etc., etc. This really impacts on, most importantly, the learner. And it is counterproductive to what we need to do in terms of the Skills Development Act. Because once the learner has been certificated, ultimately their information must be pushed into the National Learner Records Database, where they can then be found by any prospective employer when they are seeking job opportunities. So in the absence of having the correct information, we are not able to upload this information. So we implore you, colleagues, please be vigilant as you actually complete these documents. I think thankfully we have now developed the integrated learner management system, and we are looking at then an integration into Home Affairs. So once you put in the learner's ID number, it would give you the correct information for the learner. I think it will also assist us greatly in terms of double dipping and then dealing with issues particularly around deceased learners still being part of programs. So just in terms of the impact, it has an impact on the SETA in terms of the costs. You can also imagine that if we've had 10,000 certificates that we've procured, 46% of those are incorrectly printed, it does result in a backlog. It certainly does. So please, colleagues, it puts strain on our internal capacity. You're frustrated as an SDP, we are frustrated as the SETA, and the learners are ultimately frustrated. I want to just touch on the fact that, yes, we note that there's been a backlog in terms of your certification. That backlog has been closed. It has been closed as of the 7th of March. So we have then issued all of your certificates to the regional offices. So if you're from a different region, your certificates are available at the regional offices. If not, you have been notified or contacted around your collection of your certificates at our head office. Just a reminder that we work remotely, so we are not in office on Mondays, but any day from Tuesday, you are welcome to come and collect your certificates, colleagues, in terms of your specific cohorts. And noting, we do not issue certificates if we have not finalized your exit verification. So capacitation schedule, just in terms of stakeholder engagement plan, as I indicated, these are the dates. This is what we're planning to do on these dates. Through our marketing and comms division and on our various platforms, you will then be informed and be sent a link where you can actually join us in terms of these capacitation sessions. Please come into these sessions. You can imagine we've got over 6,000 providers. And we've got over 3,000 ETD practitioners, and these don't include our occupationally accredited providers. The likelihood that we'll be able to respond to emails from each and every one of you on a similar topic, I want to be very frank, colleagues, is slim to none. So please, colleagues, come into the sessions, ask the questions. These sessions are meant for you. They are no silly or stupid questions. We're here to guide you and to hold your hand. But we can only do that if you come into the sessions, make yourself available and ask the necessary questions. The QCTO Accreditation Committee dates, these are the dates that they have put together. So what you see on the last column, or the column on the left-hand side, this is where we need to submit all the relevant information. So the documents I've been talking about, submit the documents within 21 days. If we don't receive the documentation, we cannot make that submission to the QCTO and it cannot sit in the accreditation committee. So please work with us, colleagues, so that we can close off on the gaps and get you accredited as soon as humanly possible, so you can be part of the ecosystem of delivery, particularly under our funded programs, but just to ensure that the skills that we require within the sector, as indicated through the SSP presentation, are available. Just to touch on the skills that are required, certainly from our perspective and from a 4IR perspective as well, the hard to fill vacancies in terms of those occupations, we've already realigned qualifications and they're already available for you to seek accreditation for. The same thing in terms of the 4IR qualifications that will be covered by Ms. Sima in her presentation, have already addressed the hard to fill vacancies. So in essence, we don't need to have hard to fill vacancies when we have you as skills development providers and our partners in this implementation readily available to actually implement on these qualifications. Colleagues, those are our contact details. We have appointed a manager within the ETQA, Ms. Lisha Singh. She's been quite on the ball and assisted many of you in terms of the resolving of your queries. We've also then separated the unit into, or the division into various units and allocated unit leads that can assist you with the resolution of your queries. I think I just want to touch on a question raised by a gentleman called Jeff. What happens through the what happens when an SDP has been closed down and the learners are still enrolled, and how are we handling that? So we handle that through the NLRD submissions. Once we become aware that a provider is no longer active and that we had learners enrolled with that provider, certainly first thing we do is investigate whether the learners have successfully completed the program. If they have not successfully completed the program, we do an NLRD submission that unenrolls them. Because if not, whether you enroll them or not, you would still not be able to find them on the NLRD. So certainly we do that. We unenroll them through the actual submission. And then the learners, we actually engage with them around the process of RPL if they've done that. If they've successfully completed all their POEs, they still have access to information, how they can then seek RPL with a different SDP so that they can actually meet the outcomes or be accredited or certificated in terms of the work that they have done linked to that qualification. I think those were the only questions that I can recall specifically linked to the previous session and ETQA. With that, colleagues, the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you once more to Ms. Natalie Nelson. Ms. Nelson gave us a really in-depth view of the climate in the quality assurance space. And in effect, the great responsibility I think they have as a quality assurance unit in their processes, and also ensuring that our programs are aligned with industry needs. And I think as we reflect on the updates that she has provided, let us remember, colleagues, I think that quality, relevance, and ethics are not just ideals. They are pillars of our success collectively, because they guide our decisions, they shape our programs, and they also define our impact. Colleagues, I'm going to move right along. This brings us to almost the last part of our program, the Fourth Industrial Revolution update and presentation by Ms. Gugusema. And I think just before I bring her up on stage, it's safe to say that the Fourth Industrial Revolution is no longer a buzzword. It's actually a reality now. And I think the MICT SETA has been making significant strides to ensure that our skills development interventions are not only aligned with the era, but are also driving it forward. From digital skills to advanced technologies, through some of the systems that have been implemented internally, as has been highlighted through various partnerships with research chairs and universities and institutions. We really are committed to ensuring that we equip our workforce with the tools needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. So it's not just about keeping with the pace of change, it's about leading it. Ms. Gugusema will delve deeper into this topic. Thereafter, we'll have an engagement session which will lead us to then me bringing up our chairperson of the board to deliver the closing remarks of the day. May we kindly give Ms. Gugusema a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon to the Chairperson of the Board, the senior managers that are here, our colleagues from MICT SETA, and special greetings to all of you, our stakeholders. Indeed, the 4IR is no longer a buzzword. It's been 5 years since the country has taken a stand to participate in this global agenda, the 4IR. You will remember in 2019, our president announced that South Africa will be a country of the future. Hence, they followed by the appointment of the 4IR Presidential Commission, as well as the then Minister of the CDT as the coordinator and the secretariat of the 4IR. Just before I take you through the updates, the 4IR updates, just to also share some of the events that has been happening as part of the country's support to ensure that we are well positioned and we also support this ever-changing environment that we are in. There was a summit last week that was hosted by the Department of Science and Technology, where we happened to attend. In that summit, the former minister, which was our minister, Professor Blade Ndimande, on his keynote address, he made mention that his department has adopted a mantra. That mantra states that we need to placing science, technology, and innovation at the center of education, society, and industry. And I believe that all of us here, we have a place to partake on this mantra as industry players that support skills development in the ICT. He further stated that we need to invest in centers of excellence and researchers. And as MICT SETA, we have started with this initiative where we have established various researchers in different universities. And he further states that we need to contribute to the knowledge that require expansion on science and technology by sponsoring postdocs. We are again doing that in collaboration with our universities to make sure that we contribute to the body of knowledge as the country. For the past few years, when we are being rated on research and development in the country, because we are expected to spend at least 50% of our GDP. When you look at the numbers and the statistics, we were not even anywhere closer to that. However, it was very encouraging to hear last week from the minister that there has since been an increase of that. We are now at least 63%. And I believe that we can do even much better in collaborating as the key players in skills development is also in the sector. So I'm going to take you through the latest innovations that we have tried to implement as the MICT SETA in response to this fourth industrial revolution. I'm not going to bother you with some of the history, but just to talk maybe internally to say, since the country has taken a posture on this 4IR, what have we done as MICT SETA? In 2020, we have developed an integrated digital skills strategy, and this strategy aligns to what the country or parliament has adopted in 2020, which is the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy, that also put the MICT SETA at the center of ensuring that we deliver on digital skills. We also support the country with digital skills, hence our strive that we have made in developing a number of qualifications that support these digital skills gaps. We further established this division that is led by myself. We have also partnered with the industry through the advisory committees that was established and also launched by the then former minister of DCDT. In 2023, we started with the piloting of the developed qualifications in various provinces, and we have seen success out of those initiatives or those pilots. Then in 2024, we've started developing learning materials that support these qualifications, as we have committed in 2019, that we will start with the development of the 4IR qualifications, and we will later develop learning materials that we will make it available to the industry. So we have already started issuing the learning materials of the 3 qualifications, or the 3 learning materials that supports 3 qualifications. I will share more on that as I go on with my presentation. Just to draw your attention on this IDSS, the vision of that strategy states that a sector that benefits from enhanced digital skills, realigned workforce, redesign, ecosystem, and research. Our mission is to align the labor workforce with 4IR skills demands, to focus on industry-specific research agenda in support of the redesign education ecosystem, digital skills interventions, and innovation. And I must say, we have been, for the past 5 years, living to support this vision and the mission that we have developed for ourselves. You will also agree with me that in approaching this redesign, or in responding to the new this challenge that we have, that has been introduced by the fourth industrial revolution, we need to reframe in terms of our reframe and rethink how we support or we approach education or skills development. We cannot continue to employ the same tools or approaches that we have been implementing in the first, second, and the third revolution. We also need to ensure that we support this redesign education ecosystem through the different interventions that we have developed, or the different occupational qualifications that we have developed, and also to support and ensure that we provide opportunities for our young fellows or our youth to innovate. We have then developed these qualifications. To date, we are sitting at 52 qualifications. We are also in the process of submitting other qualifications to the QCTO. Some of these qualifications have already gone through the process of verification and also been endorsed by the SAQA. We also encourage SDPs that are in the room to look at the list and then apply for accreditation of these qualifications as they respond to the digital skills gap introduced by these 4IR technologies. The list of qualifications are there on our website and also in the QCTO website. Just to share with you some of these qualifications that have been under development for the year that is ending in this end of the month, as the financial year end. We have been developing these 5 qualifications, which are almost on at the tail end to be submitted to the QCTO. For the new financial year, we'll be focusing on those qualifications. We have been requested by the QCTO to develop some qualification that will be assisting the CET college because we don't want, 4IR is inclusive and we don't want to leave anyone behind in the ecosystem. As you have heard earlier on that we've been working closely with universities, TVETs, and therefore we also need to work closely with the CET college because they are also part of the PSET ecosystem. The learning materials that are readily available, that we have completed the development, these are the 3 learning materials, for the cloud administrator qualifications, cybersecurity analyst, artificial intelligence software developer. So those who are interested in getting the learning materials are welcome to reach out to myself or to Mr. Martins. He's not here, but you can send me an email. We will then take you through the process. There's also Mbudzeni from the division here, who's sitting at the back. You can also approach her during lunch. We are in the process of developing another 6 learning materials for these 6 qualifications. We envisage to complete this process by or on or before the 30th of June 2025. So you can take note of these ones as well. As indicated, we have established various researchers across public universities where we are sponsoring masters and PhD students. These are the universities where we have established our presence and the number of students that we are currently funding at the masters and PhD students and PhD level. To date, since we have started with this initiative, we have sponsored about 637 beneficiaries, and this is also with the aim of contributing to the body of knowledge as South Africa. So these are the numbers that we have managed to support, and we are continuing to support more students under this initiative through the researchers. We have onboarded these 3 researchers, which is UNISA, University of Venda, and Nelson Mandela University. Our researchers are based on 3 pillars, which is research, innovation, and capacity building. And again, you can see innovation is at the center because we have taken a posture of reframing how we approach research through this research chairs. As a result, the MICT SETA board have taken a decision that the ICT project that were meant to go on market, we need to take it to these universities where these students will be given an opportunity to develop these solutions and hand over to the MICT SETA. So we are happy to share with you this list. These are some of the initiatives that are currently underway through these various researchers. We already started utilizing the LMS or learner management system that was designed and developed by the TUT researchers in collaboration with the students that are benefiting on these researchers. Last year, we have had a researcher symposium, an expo at the VUT, Val University of Technology, under our research chair there. We will be having another symposium. We have not yet decided as to where, but it will be in one of the university So be on the lookout for that. Those who are interested, we will also be communicating the details of the research symposium. As I've indicated, we've started in 2022 implementing some of these projects that or some of these learning qualifications or occupational qualifications that we have developed as a short programs in different provinces. As you can see there in Mpumalanga, we managed to train about 102 unemployed youth, training them on artificial intelligence, 5G, software development, design thinking, and data science. In Free State, we have trained 25 on short program focusing on 3D. Northern Cape, we have trained 85 unemployed focusing on IoT, as well as the Eastern Cape in Tabeja, 82 beneficiaries. In total, we have managed to reach out to 1,049 unemployed beneficiaries that were exposed to these different 4IR programs. In terms of percentages, 46 were females, 54 were males, and with 5% disabilities. And we have seen success out of those initiatives that we started implementing. About 130 jobs have been created. Startups, we have 47 companies that were registered, focusing on the 4IR different technologies. We have seen 18 registered cooperatives focusing on 3D printing, 5G, cloud computing, and fiber. Lastly, we have seen 5 digital incubation programs implemented through this initiative. Just to share with you some of our success, and you can see the happy faces on those learners as they were graduating in Uppington after they have been trained on IoT. This is another project that was implemented with our strategic partner CXI Africa in Mpumalanga, Ehlanzeni, where they have trained these young fellows on data science as well as virtual reality. We have trained these women-only, we've implemented the women-only program focusing on fiber. As you note that the fiber sector or space is male-dominated, so for us to really transform that sector, we therefore need to ensure that we train more young women that will also then be able to take the roles that are existing in that space. And I'm happy to share with you that these learners were also adopted by one company that is focusing on a data center. And again, thanks to Digital Council, who is our strategic partner, that we implemented these programs with them. Learning labs, we have reached out to different TVET colleges. To date, we've signed about 20 MOUs with different TVET college with the aim of accessing their labs to implement these various 4IR programs. As you have seen in the last slide, the previous slide, most of the programs that we have implemented as pilots were implemented in the TVET, and I'm also happy that there are TVET that are represented here because we will be expanding in this collaboration with the other TVET. We've got about 50 TVET in the country, meaning all these TVET, our plan is to reach out to all the TVET colleges where we will have access to the labs and implement this 4IR, and also introduce some of our strategic partners to collaborate with the TVET to build capacity for these digital skills. We have also ran a number of hackathons in fostering an innovation culture and digital entrepreneurship. We have ran this hackathon in collaboration with our strategic partners. These are some of the prototypes that came out of that innovation. This is a program that we have ran at the Tshwane South College, TVET College, with one of our partners. You can see the prototype on the smart house and smart planter. robotic arm. So all these prototype comes after we have trained these learners or expose these learners on these different 4IR programs. Again, in Uppington, we have trained these learners on IoT, and you can see the different prototype. And I'm happy to share that in Uppington, the municipality had interest on these prototype, and then therefore they are working closely with those learners now to ensure that they are scaling up on these prototype and then with the benefit, so that the community will benefit using these solutions. We ran 3D printing in Botshabelo, Free State. These learners were given problem statements that through the learning that they have been exposed to, then they were able to solve those problems with these prototypes that you see here. One of them is the smart agriculture pump that you see on the far left or the far right, the smart oil extractor, as well as this smart house. And all these were done using the 3D printing. And lastly, 4IR is futuristic. What is a new or what is going to be implemented in the new financial year? As part of our target, we will be developing, further continuing with the development of qualifications. Most of the qualifications, the focus will be at the CET level, while adding other qualifications which are addressing the gaps, such qualifications such as ethics and privacy. This is one of the critical qualification. As we are adopting this new technology, the issue of ethics remains. So we therefore need to ensure that we train our young people that as they develop this solution, they need to be mindful of humanity. The issue of ethics is also at the center of it must be at the center of the development. We will also be implementing national and skills competition that will be implemented across different provinces. This is again our stand on supporting innovation and ensuring that our young people, they are not left behind, and those innovation that will come out, it will therefore be supported further until they commercialize in collaboration with our strategic partners such as TIA, who are mandated to support innovation in the country. Thank you very much. This brings me to the end of my presentation.
Thank you to Ms. Gugusema for her presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as I had mentioned, we've heard from our 3 core divisional managers, Mr. Ernest Nemukabini, responsible for our learning programs. We've heard from Ms. Natalie Nelson, responsible for ETQA, and lastly, Ms. Gugusema from a 4IR division. So this opens up officially our engagement session for the second part of our program. I'm sure you've had your questions noted down as all the presenters were providing us with their updates. Again, we'll take the same form of question taking. We would try and recognize delegates from all parts of the room to take an equitable and fair approach. If you could just introduce yourself, name and surname, as well as the institution you represent, and gladly, please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all our stomachs are grumbling, know that your questions are coming between you and your lunch, so please be quite succinct and please be quite mindful as well as that it's quite a full room. And if there are other people, I think, that want to ask a question, let's be succinct and compelling in our question asking. The floor is yours. Thank you. You may press the the table mic, a light will come up and you're active.
Okay, thank you. Christo Morolong from the Milk and Honey Media. Just a quick question and a comment. Thanks for the presentation. I think the quick comment is the research unit. I think really that's much work that has been done, and I'm very much glad, that at least in terms of AI, we could also have our Silicon Valley in Africa, and come up with African solutions to African problems. So I think the research work, the research that the department is doing with universities, it's quite remarkable. But my question will then go to Natalie. In terms of the RPL, do we have a practical component to it, in that toolkit?
Thank you. I'll take a set of another 2 or 3 questions before we move on to answers. Yes, ma'am, you may.
Hi, good day. My name is Anna Alob. I'm from Impact Specialist Solutions. So my question is also for Natalie, is that the business analysis qualification, when will we have feedback if it's been extended? Because it's quite a pressing thing for us currently, a major impact on the business. And then secondly is that the feedback in the industry is that the quality partner for the ASA Center will decide where the learners go. So if you as a SDP register your learners for the ASA and you are an assessment center, that they can make the decision to put the learners at a different ASA center. So is that true? Is that also going to work like that for MICT SETA?
Thank you, ma'am. Another question or 2. I'll recognize one in the front and then the lady at the back.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fanyana Silukela from ASTA, Apex Skills Training Academy. My first interest is to train as much people with disability as possible onto the job market. My question 1 is it possible to get a list of desktop requirements because of I'm new in the business? And then number 2, am I allowed to create my own training manual? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you may follow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, Marsha Stellenberg from SAND AI Training. I'd like to find out about the ASA fees, if there's any discussions around regulating that. We've received some exorbitant fees, and with large learner volumes that haven't been budgeted for, it's very difficult to make that happen.
Okay, I did, thank you for your question. I did note with my peripheral vision on the right. Ma'am, you can go ahead. You can just press it and then, or maybe utilize the one next to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Peggy Sitole from Assured Vocational Skills Institute in Mpumalanga. I would like to commend the SETA on the sterling work that you are doing, especially now on the 4IR. I think you're really trailblazing in that area, and we should follow suit in terms of us being SDPs to try and move with you in this should I say era, yes. My question is, looking at you are working with universities and what CETs, are you considering as well to look at global interaction in terms of scholarships for students who are starting to now look at benchmarking and seeing to it that we are looking at our standards, whether we are really on the global exchange students or maybe getting others, or just in interaction with countries like your India, where they've already started working with some SDPs like ourselves here in South Africa, and who would like your support as a SETA to push the 4IR and digitalization mandates. So I don't know, it's a comment and a question as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me recognize the lady just in front before, and then you may go ahead.
Afternoon, colleagues. Charity Wadi from Devi here. I just wanted to find out with the workplace approval. So currently, if QCTO gives you temporary approval to train at an employer site, will you then be required to apply for the workplace approval as well? Thank you.
This will be the last in this batch before we, yeah.
Good
Okay,
afternoon,
yes.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Cecilia Montle. I have a question also on site approvals for workplace. As it is in our country, South Africa, we are having a challenge with youth placement. So we do find workplaces that are very good for our learners. However, they are unfortunately not approved. So is there an exception, or is there anything you can do to assist those workplaces that are not approved for us to place our learners for practical experience?
Thank you. I think that will be the last question that we take for the day. I think in the spirit of engagement and continuous and ongoing communication, we do encourage you to engage Buntle, Ms. Natalie Nelson, as well as Mr. Ernest Nebogabini for all those questions that you may want that may require an in-depth discussion. But for now, I think we've received about 7 questions, including one online, which I think I should recognize, which is more pertaining to ETQA from Princess Moeti, who asked a question on our YouTube channel. Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for the in-depth presentation. What is the difference between the practical and the workplace components of a qualification? So I'll just request the panelists to either come up. There is a mic that is there if you wish to take the questions from there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Program Director. I was going to sit, but I remember the Cape Town session where the chairperson of the board said, Suguma. So when the boss speaks, you listen. Okay, so I'm going to address the questions around ETQA. The first one around RPL. Will there be a practical component in the toolkit? Absolutely. So when you conduct the initial assessment to understand what the learner's competencies are and what the gaps are, the toolkit would guide you through the process. The combination will be, of course, if the learner needs to close gaps from a knowledge perspective, that will be done, but from a practical perspective as well, the outcomes would specifically be there as well. Remember, the curriculum document as well as the assessment specification document gives you a clear indication and a roadmap of what the learner needs to prove competence against, particularly the exit level outcomes. So that is an integrated document that almost replicates the full qualification, almost replicates the exemplar, but it is a document that will assist you in preparing the learner for the final ESA. Then the question from Ms. Lowe in terms of BA qualification, I think in my presentation I covered that it is included. It has been extended already. It's part of the list of the 32 qualifications. So previously it was 30. We received the approval from QCTO on the 7th of March. To say that those qualifications can then be included in terms of the last date of enrollment. And then the question around the QP, can you allocate learners to different ESA center? Certainly the QP can make that determination. The factors that we would consider is, do you have another subject matter expert who was not involved with the process of implementation for that cohort of learners who can then conduct the assessment. Generally, we prefer that your cohort of learners, if you are an assessment center, that they are actually assessed by you, but using a subject matter expert that the SETA specifically would allocate. Then just in terms of the list of requirements, Baba, I'm not sure if I got your question correct, but for people living with disabilities, was I correct in that question? If you can clarify, please. You may, please.
Okay. I was saying, I've realized that most of us are unemployed, and not necessarily because of there's something wrong with us. Okay. Because of I've been living in that space, I know exactly the challenges. So I'm trying to, I'm trying to make it easy for them to access the workspace. So hence I'm getting into this space. So then my question is the requirements for desktop assessment. What are the requirements, number one? Number two, because of I know the limitations regarding us, that's why I want to develop learning material, which will be specifically for us so that we can fit into the job space. That's the question.
All right, so first I think let me address, there are different categories of disabilities, as I'm sure you are aware. So to have a blanket approach and say that we need to have learning material that can cover all of that, I don't necessarily think is the,
Actually, I want to go into basic computing.
Mm-hmm.
Basic user and computer end user.
End user computing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so generally what we strongly recommend that we do is that we do a pre-assessment, right? That pre-assessment gives you an indication of the learner's current level of knowledge and skill against the exit level outcomes. From that, you'd be able to determine how you're going to cluster your learners. So you're not going to put the learners that are going to be super fast in terms of the implementation of the program with the learners who are going to be very slow. So that would be a first approach that would be highly recommended, particularly where you would want to then cluster your learners for implementation of training. And then in terms of people living with disabilities, the presentation that we covered clearly indicates what the key requirements are for accreditation. So there are legislative requirements like you must be a registered company, you must have an occupational health and safety certificate, you must actually have things like your business insurance in place or third-party liability insurance in place to ensure that the learners are taken care of. So there's a host of requirements that are available. They're available on our website as well as the QCTO website, and on the links in the presentation, it tells you what is required to actually become an assessment center. So there's for the center, they are for your facilitators who are going to implement the training, your subject matter experts as well, and it's broken down into those categories. So that document is available. It's also available on the QCTO website as part of it's called the Road to Success document, and it's in the link in the presentation that I did earlier. I think let me take the easier question before I get into the ESA fees. Temp approval. So yes, you have received temp approval from QCTO. However, in terms of your workplace implementation, your site must be accredited. It is a requirement. It's a policy requirement from the QCTO. So it's not something that we can necessarily change. So the process to start is the process that we outlined in the presentation. Immediately seek workplace approval. So that at the stage where we come out and we do the quality assurance aspects, we know that the learners have been covered safely. Important to note, linked to your question for the gentleman as well, if the learners are placed in a particular workplace between the SDP and the employer, you also need to ensure that they are covered under COIDA. Site approvals. Yeah, I think the two questions were quite similar. The question from Devier and from the lady in the back with regard to workplaces that are good, that's the approach to take. Then in terms of the ESA fees, these are discussions that we've had with QCTO around how we're going to handle this. So yes, we have noted that these fees are not regulated. We have requested that it is looked at and put into the assessment policy. What has come about is that
the SETA is meant to be responsible for the payment of these ESA fees. And because of this, we will then be looking at a regulated fee. Now, I cannot commit at this stage to what that fee would be and what the process would be, because we have to follow our internal processes. Certainly this would need to serve at our various committees for approval, and ultimately would also then need to have final approval from our board. However, we have factored it into our budget for the 25-26 financial year. I think that covers the total sum of the questions that were allocated to ETQA. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Seema for the other question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start by acknowledging the comments. As an organization, we really welcome them and we appreciate your comments. The 4IR, focusing on global, yes, at the moment we're working with our local universities. However, for us to stay relevant and be on par with the rest of the world, we will welcome a collaboration, but through the universities or the researchers, because our approach, it is through those universities, but we are here, we can engage with you on site and see how we can take up those opportunities. And then that will also include the exchange students, because indeed we would want our young students to be on this exchange program so that they will learn new skills and also ensure that they stay ahead with and be on par with their counterpart from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you,
Program
ladies and
Director,
gentlemen.
my apologies, I missed the online question. Yes. So just in terms of the difference between practical and the workplace, if you go into the curriculum document, it indicates that there are core tasks that a learner must execute on and produce competence against in terms of knowledge, practical and workplace. So the difference between the two would be the tasks. The tasks may be interlinked and integrated. However, there are specific outcomes for each one of those. So practical could be linked to the knowledge, and you could basically get the learners to do both of them at the same time. So blended learning approach, while the workplace may be completely different. Please refer to the curriculum document. It would give you a clear indication of what the tasks are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natalie, and thank you, colleagues, for your questions. This brings me to the end of my role. I will bring up the chairperson of the board to deliver his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you once more, ladies and gentlemen. So I am known for liking this item that's remaining, the lunch. It's my favorite item on the agenda. So I don't intend to delay you because I've got vested interest in it. But let's start to deal with just one or two things from the questions. The first, the partnership with India and so on. The issue there, I think 1 year, Gugu and myself and the other board member, and we were in Korea, South Korea, and met up with the Indians there. And we had a discussion with them around how do we get support from them. Because of course, there's a platform that's called the World Skills Competition, right? That's where we then get these young stars here to go compete with the rest of the globe in this sector. Our kids have not performed very well, right? It's been a bit disappointing. But it says nothing about their capability. But it speaks more about how we prepare them. Right? So these partnerships are necessary for us to compete with the world. And we have to learn how they've done it. In the last skills competition, I did not get to it. I was not there. But we tried to prepare the learners and worked with some of the partners here to try and prepare our learners to compete in the global stage. Still, the performance was not what we would have expected. However, I think we need to prepare. Let me share with you. India prepares their learners 4 years in advance for any skills, the world skills competition. We prepare learners a few months in advance for the skills competition. They work with the industry when they prepare the learners. We hardly work with the industry when we prepare the learners. And we have already spoken about this matter as a board to say, let's have a different approach in preparing these learners. But of course, not everything is in our control. We're still appealing to other authorities to allow us space to prepare these learners, because it then turns out to be just another tour or jaunt to overseas when we go to these places and spend money, and when we know we're not going to deliver on these things. So these partnerships, we are in discussion with India. There's a gentleman that was heading their world skills cohort. Fani is the name of the gentleman. We wanted to bring him to South Africa to try and work with us and put the infrastructure of how do we prepare for these, but also get the industry to say, how do you help? Because what gets out of that process must also be what will the industry consume as well going forward. So it's a very brilliant thing in which we must discuss as to how it's going to work. And it's not only us as a SETA, but it's also how our foreign policy as a state dictates to us. Because once we start engaging people from outside, it doesn't become us only. It becomes a state issue. We must follow all the protocols. But the principle, yes, I'm sure the leaders of the state also would support that. Sorry for taking too long, but I thought it's a very important question. I think the issue about our Silicon Valley, it's also a very important and strategic matter. There's been a discussion about the Silicon Valley kind of setup. I think it was thought to be set up in Cape Town or somewhere. For me, probably it doesn't matter where exactly it's going to be established. But the point is, we still have to find a common vision as a country on how do we progress to set up these and produce these unicorns that we want to produce. But at the moment, my sense is, as I said earlier on in my opening, we're more on the consumer side of things. We are less on the creation and production side of things. And the problem that I have with us as a nation, sometimes we want an instant gratification. And we don't want to take time and effort and invest and wait and be patient to deliver on some of the things that we want to do. For as long as we want to chase the immediate turnaround and instant gratification, we will not be able to push to get to these things that we want to get. Everybody wants to have R1 billion now. Everyone wants to show off, I have arrived. So for as long as we still have that mentality, we are not likely to arrive where we want to get to. So we need a bit of patience. And I'm not saying this signifies us as a nation, but I think that sort of behavior is palpable. And I think we need to change the narrative. And those who come behind us must find a different way of thinking to position us as a country and say, how do we then start generating and creating solutions and responses to the problems that we know? Europe has developed all these things all the algorithms that have been programmed and coded. They are actually it's a person that feeds this thing, right? And they're feeding it in their context. And when you consume it in Africa and you're not in Europe, it's not going to resolve all your problems. So we must learn from these European Western developments, but how do we adapt them and create our own solutions? It's a question that we must ask. So I think that's the kind of debate that we all must engage in and allow these young kids to try and explore and make errors, but then guide them to how do we then get to the solution. Sorry, I'm a bit passionate about these things. So, but remember, I know nothing about these matters. I was plucked out from a rural area there in the Eastern Cape, minding my business there, and not knowing anything about these things, but the industry accepted me. Now I speak as if there's something that I know when I know nothing. Anyways, so let's probably leave that part and deal with other issues as we close. First, as we close, allow me to ask Mr. Ngomane to just stand up a bit. I don't know where is he seated. Where is Mr. You can stand up, sir. Seated there. Yeah. So Mr. Ngomane is an SDP, and the reason that I'm asking him to stand, you can sit, my good sir. My apologies for disrespecting you and asking you to stand up. So I don't say to people must stand up, as I've been accused. So the reason that I asked the gentleman to stand up is that the young man who put together that video comes from that entity, and he volunteered to do it for free. And the young kids that made the Quid ad come from that entity. So we are at work. And the results are showing. Now, so thank you, my good sir. And I think there are many stories. By the way, the reason that we're making him stand up is because we have gotten to know there are many other stories that are good that we have not heard and that have not been told, which is one of our weaknesses. That we do all of this good work, but we tend to be shy to talk about it and expose it. So all of you here, if I were to spend time, probably it would take me a week to listen to the good stories that you would tell. Because we're touching people's lives. So I appreciate all of you. So colleagues, let me move on. The next thing that I wanted to address as I proceed is that I said it earlier on, Professor Maxwell, John Maxwell, one of the authors who takes interest in leadership, says everything rises and falls on leadership. So leadership is not that thing that's called, hey, my leader. So we shouldn't celebrate to be called my leader. But it must be what we do that shows that we are leading. So my appeal is that all of us in our legal spaces are leaders. And therefore, if we are leaders, we must not be looking at what now immediately only, but what about tomorrow? What about next year? And let's take responsibility, all of us. You are MICT SETA. Once you take responsibility to deliver a program on behalf of the MICT SETA, you are MICT SETA. So which leads me to the next point, that your ethical values and ethical compass and morals should exhibit what MICT SETA is. Because we took a resolve, we shall clamp down on corruption. We shall clamp down on a number of malfeasance, that some of which we found, and bring some sound leadership and performance in the organization. But we do that through you. But as we do that, leads me to the next point. We must resist the temptation to try and bully management of the SETA. Because I've not been allocated, then I must go to the offices of MICT SETA and go demand answers. I've had 2 instances of this kind of behavior. We are a constitutional democracy with laws, and thuggery and bullying shall not be permitted. So I'm saying it with a smile. So there are laws in this country, there are processes. Imagine Ernest says, we've got R1 billion, but then the responses that we got from you guys were 41 billion rands, right? We have 1 billion, but you're asking us to spend 41 billion rand. Once we've allocated that 1 billion rands, and you're not one of those that are allocated, and I'll tell you there'll be many that are not allocated. So basically the offices at the MICT SETA will have to stop doing anything and everything, respond to everybody why have not been allocated, up until a 41 billion rands has been explained. We can't have that. We can't have that. And I've had situations where I'm told there's interviews happening in the boardroom at MICT SETA. A training provider barges in and walks in and demands attention and demands answers. You can't have that situation. You can't. I don't expect it. We are civilized. So we can't. We should not, we must refuse. This is the second time. The first was sometime in 2021 when one service provider came in and made a sit-in at the CEO's office and outside the CEO's office and says, I'm not leaving until I got the CEO telling me why am I not allocated. As if he's got a God-given right to be allocated. So let's resist that. Let's wait and know that if we don't get today, there's tomorrow. If I don't get today, there's tomorrow, because the past is only this much. So let's leave that and not overgraze it. So I think we must also make the point that Professor Marwala says in his book, Closing the Gap, when he speaks about 4IR, is it as a country, South Africa, we've been left behind by the first industrial revolution, invention of a steam engine. And then we were left behind when electricity was invented, which signified the electricity and large-scale industrialization, which signified the second revolution. And the third was the computers. We still led behind. Now we're on the fourth industrial revolution. He says we can't afford to be left behind. We have to leapfrog to catch up with the rest of the world, right? And I think the responsibility and capability is with you, because I know you are able to leapfrog and catch up with the rest of the world. We just have to take ourselves seriously. And we are able to catch up with the rest of the world. I am convinced with some of the things that I've seen. So to your point, my good sir, we can do this. It's all in the mind. If we can think it, we can do it. So we know our problems better. So why can't we put our minds together to resolve our problems? So it's possible. And I think we're going to do it. So I think we must also know you and me here are privileged. There's 8 million young people, according to the figures that things from States of South Africa, saying 8 million youths that are not at school, they are not at work, right? And if these 8 million, when we do what we do, we must ask ourselves a question: how do we contribute in resolving that problem of these 8 million young people who have got nothing to do? The problem with it, which we must realize, is that if we don't do anything about it, it reminds me what Professor Patrice Lumumba from Kenya says. He says, because of poverty and unemployment, these young people are actually an ammunition that is waiting to explode. He says once they reach the intolerable levels of panic, they will explode, and we who sit behind high walls with electric fences, with panic buttons to call security, when they rise up against us, we will be so panicked we won't even know where is the panic button. And they will have nothing to eat but us who are privileged. And therefore we should prevent that. And the way of preventing that is to be deliberate on our actions to try and resolve the problems of the country. Because you know what has happened in the Arab Spring. You saw how the regime was toppled in different countries in the North Africa, Egypt, and others around that area about a decade ago. So if we don't want that, we need to be deliberate and serious in focusing on these, the young people that we are told they are there, just fodder that's ready to feed any program that can consume them, even if it's a wrong program. I must say, the issue of the stipend, there's a discussion that's going on. We were in the process of reviewing the stipend, right? Because there's a view that the stipend is small, and in fact, it is small. In our SETA has been the most stingy one. Even I hear someone say true. So we've been the most stingy one because we focused on training more than anything else. But it's true that some of these kids stay far and they have to walk or get a taxi to go to these training places. So we said, let's revise it. But revising it has got issues. But we also got wind of it that the minister is also talking about the revision of the stipend and working with the Department of Labor. So we have put it on hold so that we don't run a parallel process if the minister is running another process. It will be a joke. So let's wait and hear what the minister's guidance is, and then we will adapt to it and form and improve that part of the stipend going forward. So we're not oblivious of that part. We are going to be looking into it, and listen to me saying confidently we, as if I'll still be there. Anyways, so I think let me then come to an end because I'm getting more hungry as I speak. So we must, colleagues, continue to do the good work that we've been doing, and try and respond to the difficulties that the country is facing. This country is amongst other things, the most unequal society in the world. I think we're number one in the most unequal society in the world. Those who are rich are stinking rich, and some of them are not prepared to share. And yet others go to sleep with hardly anything in their stomachs. And yes, the country is rich. Can't be acceptable, can't be right. Something has to give, something has to change. So we must have that in mind all the time. Poverty is grinding. That the budget has shown over 200 billion rands go to social welfare grant. Should tell us something, because the tax base is small. And that tax base must be the one that responds to these issues. And the response that we must have, which is probably a very important thing, we've said to management, when you do this training, let's consider also bring entrepreneurial training to these kids, so that we don't train them only to look for a job, but let's train them to also create a job for themselves and others. Because the economy is not going to absorb everybody like that in the job. Some will have to be creators of the jobs. And I think it's a matter that we must deliberately focus on. Let me start then by thanking everybody that's here, starting with you as STPs, the TVET colleges that we work with, the universities, the members of the board that are probably not here, many of them, and must thank them personally. The CEO, Mr. Matume Madibana, who's not here. The senior managers, all of them, Buntle Mukwena, Gukusema, Natalie Nelson, Mr. Nemukabini, Ernest, and others that are not here, they are not part of this, Mr. Muloti Nkune, and Sanele Baloi, Mr. Mtenjo Mselek, who's the CFO. And the rest of the staff at MICT SETA. They've made it possible for me to stand here and sound like I'm clever, when actually I am speaking on their behalf and saying things that they would have said. I must also thank the levy payers, because it's them who are making it possible for you guys to do this training. It's the levy payers. And they're very important, a very important stakeholder. We really respect and thank them for the continued loyalty, and we think this is a national service that they are giving, that they are doing to pay the levies, so that we're able to do the work that we are doing. So we must thank them endlessly. And we must thank other partners that we have been working with, different partners that we've worked with that have supported us. And lastly, I must thank the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education from the 6th Administration and the 7th Administration, including the Minister, Professor Nzimande, and the current Minister, Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, who now is the Minister, including the senior officials of the Department of Higher Education, led by Dr. Sishi and the DDG, Mr. Mvalo, and many others that probably I haven't mentioned here. They made my work to look a bit easy, and they made me love to do my work. And now it has come to this, and I'm really indebted to everybody who has allowed me space to lead. With those words, let's go enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Colleagues, let me just make